Welcome in, YouTube, to part 2 of Shadowbringers post-game with Morrighan and Initari. As I was just telling Twitch, hopefully we'll get through like 1.5 to 2 patches today. I'm not entirely sure. Depends on how much cutscenes and talking there is. Still have a little bit of congestion going on, so my voice still sounds a little bit funny. Or at least it does to me. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe this is what I normally sound like, and I'm just hearing it better now. Oh god, that would anyway. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe, all that good stuff. Hit the bell for notifications when I post videos, all of that. And that you can catch me on Twitch at twitch.tv/CalebGames here, where I stream Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, starting between 9 and 10 a.m. Pacific time. Let's hop on over to the gameplay. We're looking for Kai Shear, who's right over here. Can I get so that the rope was not right in the middle of the screen? Lady Chai's up in the parlor. Best not to keep her waiting, eh? That seems fair. To Yulmore, which we can just teleport there. Where is Yulmore? It's right there at the top. I knew that. I totally knew that. Mm-hmm. Well, naught here seems out of the ordinary, though I do not see Lady Chai anywhere. Probably pacing around outside again, staring off into the distance and all that sighing. Strange. Let's see if we can find her and discover the source of her distress. This way. If I remember right, it's something like... Honestly, we could have done that on stream yesterday. That was such a short quest. I feel like this is going to have voice acting.
Oh, thank heavens you're here.
Lady Chai, whatever is the matter?
I knew not where else to turn. Oh, this is all too much for my poor heart to bear alone.
Alone? What of Master Chai?
That is the very reason I summoned you. He's gone.
What? What happened?
It all began after the events at Mount Gulg. With Lord Vorthry out of the way, we all agreed that a new leader must be chosen.
And so you held an election?
Yes, well, sort of. Not a single person volunteered to stand, you see. After a lifetime of leisure, we free citizens have grown somewhat indolent. Readapting to the harsh realities of life is trying enough, but to take charge of a broken city as well, no one wanted such responsibility.
Really, who can blame them?
Nevertheless, Yulmore could not well do without a leader, and so we decided that anyone and everyone should be considered a candidate. And after we cast our ballots and tallied the votes, the mayorship fell upon my dear husband.
Well, given the manner in which he orchestrated the construction of the giant Talos, none could deny his leadership qualities.
But even before then, he had proven himself at Daedalus Stoneworks, don't forget. He is more than qualified for the role. The perfect choice.
I would actually agree with her on that. He did take charge, even though we had to, like, psych him up. And he did do a good job.
Indeed. I told him as much when his victory was first announced. But perhaps I was too forceful in my attempt to encourage him, for shortly after that he vanished without a word.
You believe he was so daunted by the burden of leadership that he felt compelled to flee. Please, Lady Chai, dry your eyes. Your husband does not strike me as the sort of man who would abandon his duty, much less his beloved wife. There has to be some other reason for his absence.
We will find him.
You truly think so? What about you? What do you think has become of my husband?
I don't know, but whatever it is, he won't have fled.
And there you have it, Lady Chai. You needn't worry. Master Chai loves you more than all the world, and he will return. Wherever he may have gone, rest assured we will find him.
Thank you, my dear boy. You have set my mind at ease. I will trust in my husband and await his return.
All right, what are we going to pick? Something that gives us... That one's not bad. We'll go with that. Sorry, I was coughing. It makes no sense for Master Chai to have left without a word, but even if he had, he would not have done so unobserved. Someone here will have seen something, I am sure of it. We should split up and inquire as to whether anyone saw him leave, or, failing that, if they have any idea where he might have gone. I will meet you at the Glory Gate to compare notes later on. Alright. So we gotta gather info. Hello, Moen. Master Chai? Why, yes, I spoke with him recently, though I recall he was in a rather dour mood, concerned about Yulmore's neglect of industry, you see. With Lord Varthry's apparently inexhaustible stores of meal, and no great need for money, it's little wonder our businesses were all but forgotten under his rule. But I assured Master Chai that the Boutique of Splendors will do all it can to contribute to the revival of trade here in Yulmore, which seemed to satisfy him. He took his leave soon after. The stagnant state of business in Yulmore is what we've learned from that. Alright. We need to go down. There we go, sprint is back. We could have just teleported down somewhere here, actually. Instead of all this running. Great. Fantastic. Alright, here we go, Cornine. Look for Master Chai, are ya? Is something amiss? When last I saw him, he seemed ready to collapse from exhaustion. I insisted he rest and catch his breath, and we talked for a while, about his concerns over the city's defenses amongst other things. He made more than a few valid points. Many of our men are still recovering after your confrontation with Lord Varthry, and finding General Ranjit in a heap in the middle of the plaza shook us all to the core. The man commanded no small amount of loyalty, and some of our longest-serving soldiers seemed lost without him. Indeed, a number of them left. Not that we blame you, of course. No, without you and yours, we would still be blind to the error of our ways. Anyway, funding permitting, I proposed replenishing our ranks with volunteers from the derelicts in Gatetown. We have a duty to protect not only Yulmore, you see, but the surrounding regions of Calusia as well. and I for one would welcome any man or woman willing to take up arms for the cause. Indeed, I told him as much, and he seemed relieved to hear it. It was on that note we parted ways. He headed outside, as I recall. The perilous state of Yulmore's defenses. Alright. Then we're going out here, but first, yet another striking opportunity. Can I get around this, please? Thank you. I just wanted to see what that was. It's a blue quest, and I think it unlocks the Academia Aniter? I recall a man fitting that description. Asked to speak with the poor buggers lately come from right. Said he wanted to know the state of things down in the derelicts. And you can be sure we gave him an earful. Lack of food, medicine, clothing. There was plenty to tell. We hunt high and low for whatever we can scavenge, and it's barely enough to fill our bellies. But folk here don't just want to survive, they want to thrive. When he heard that, he started mumbling to himself. Something about finding us work, I think. Fair play to him, though. Not content with having his ear chewed about the derelicts, he asked about the other settlements and all. After that, I can't really say. Looked like he was headed for Gate Town when I last saw him. The poor living conditions of Calusia's downtrodden. What are you doing down here? Of course we're still here. Can't leave while there are people in need. And that's Hathenbat's creed. And the only reason I'm still alive. Fair enough. Back to Alfino, who's actually just like right over here. I was getting ready to teleport back to the top. But no. Alfino came down to the slums. Hey, look at that. There is a thing. I kind of want to try and get it real quick. It's going to be a jump from here over to there. My sprint is on cooldown. And I feel like we're going to need sprint. But you know what? We'll try it without. Oh yeah. Sprint would have made that like nothing, so... Well, since we have to run up here past Alfino anyway, we'll turn this quest in and then we'll try it again. Ah, there you are. How did you fare? Have you learned anything which might offer a clue as to Master Chai's whereabouts? Yep. Interesting. He apparently paid a visit to the Queen Bee as well. They discussed the possibility of granting admission to customers from outside Yulmore, an idea to which the proprietor was surprisingly receptive. Sounds like he's got big plans for the place. Yulmore, I mean, not the bee. Perhaps, but the question remains, where did he go after leaving the city? All we know for certain is that Master Chai has shown great concern not only for Yulmore, but its surrounding settlements. It seems logical, then, that having consulted those within the city walls, he would wish to do the same to those without. Morrighan, if you would go and make inquiries and write, I shall do likewise in Stilltide. Gate Town I leave to you, Kaishir. Fair enough, where should we meet when we've finished? Well, Top Rung would seem to be his next most likely destination. Let us reconvene there. With any luck, one of us will have stumbled upon him by then. But if not, we will be well situated to continue our search. Good and fair, Alfino, good and fair. Let's, Excuse me. The burgling lark's harder than I thought. Do you need help, sir? Alright, here we go. Let's get a full running start. Dun 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 dun. Whoa! Yeah. Slash lookout. Also, I swear I saw a fight breaking out down here. Oh! Oh, and they're just gonna go back and forth? You piece of shit. I'm gonna get you this time. Boom! Alright. We can stop watching the fight. We'll teleport to right. Right. We're gonna be in Calusia. I want to see something real quick after we do our stuff here at this quest. I did not look to see if there was for the person I'm supposed to talk. They're behind here, I bet. Yeah, they're gonna be like right here. Oh. He's right over here. I totally knew that. No, the name doesn't ring any bells, but there was a rather dapper-looking Mistel gentleman here not long ago. He wanted to talk about relations between Wright and Yulmore, or rather the lack of them. We lost a great many people to the promises of meal and the chance of lavish life among the free, and Vothri thought to take even more from us, conscripting the few able-bodied men we had left to guard his paradise. I needn't tell you what happened when the Senators came. Such things are hard to forgive. But Vothri's gone now. We're curious to see what will become of Yulmore in his absence. That's what I told your friend, Shy News, was it? And I'm sure the others said the same. Not that he wanted to hear, I suppose, because he left soon after. And that was that. I bet this is the, yeah, it's dwarfin' time! That's, what's it? That unlocks the dwarf beast tribe, but I have to have a crafter at level 70. So that ain't gonna happen. A scandal in Comra. That, I believe, is part of the quest line to unlock the near raids. Which I will be most likely doing off stream. So he paid a visit to both Wright and Gate Town as well, did he? I see. Kaishir and I gleaned much the same. He seems determined to salvage what goodwill might yet remain among the settlements of Calusia. The only like place he has left to go being Amity. Come, if we are quick, we may yet catch up with him. Okay. But now the thing I wanted to go check real quick. Because I can't remember for sure, is way out here. And then we'll come back to Amity. I want to see if you can see the stuff for the near raid yet. Or if that happens like in the middle of the near raid. Because I genuinely don't remember. I also don't think I ever really looked for it beforehand. I only noticed it after the fact. Your mount can fly no higher. I don't think you can, because I think what ends up happening is like this whole section of mountain, like here, kind of ends up like blowing up. And you can see the like remains of the puppet's bunker. Yeah, it's definitely not here. Not yet. It's like right down there. Oh, wait, yep, nope, you can't see it yet. That's fine. That is actually kind of a very pretty view of Yulmore in the distance there between those two mountains. Like, if I could just take a screenshot, I mean, I could take a screenshot, but like, just take a picture of that. I would. Alright. Back to Amity there in the distance. Sorry for the detour, everyone, but I had to know. I had to know. How easily do we think it'll be to find Chai News? I think it'll be pretty easy. I think he's gonna be like right here in the middle somewhere. Right there. Yes. Yes. This is me trying to get into his voice. This is not the right voice. That's a little too gruff for him. Morrighan, Alphino, Kaishir. What are you doing here? We might ask you the same, Master Chai. We have been looking all over for you. Looking for me? Whatever for? Lady Chai has been nigh inconsolable in your absence. She claims you disappeared without so much as a word and bade us return you to her side. What in blazes are you talking about? I left a letter for her in our chambers. Though I suppose she could have overlooked it. And when she gets an idea into her head... Oh, I can only apologize. No harm done, Master Chai. But since we are here, might I ask what compelled you to come all this way? We were told you had been elected mayor, and from what we have gathered from the nearby villages, you have been inquiring about the people's grievances. Is it safe to assume you mean to take office? Now, let's not jump to conclusions. I did seek to learn about the problems faced by the people of Calusia. That much is true, but I am by no means sure I am the man to solve them. Tackling our many challenges will require resources, and until I have secured them, it would not be right to assume the role of mayor. I see, and you believe said resources can be found here. Indeed. The people's grievances are many, but in the course of my inquiries, I have already met with several individuals willing to lend their aid in addressing them. However, there remains one individual crucial to my plans, a man whose counsel might yet make a mayor of me. With respect, such forethought is, in itself, proof of your suitability. The city needs you, Master Chai, and I am certain this man of whom you speak, whoever he may be, will reach the same conclusion. For what little it is worth, we will vouch for you should he require convincing. Whatever you need, you can count on us. I don't know what to say. You don't need to say anything. You've got your actions to speak for you. For as long as I can remember, all I ever wanted was to make it into Yulmore. But that dream's gone now, burst like a bubble. Or boil, more like. Anyway, outside of repaying Master Alphino, I haven't had a clue what to do with myself. Spent most days in a daze. But you've been running up and down trying to find a way to fix this mess for everyone. And I reckon you can do it. You got this lot up to Mount Gold, didn't you? How hard could mayoring be? You're going to steer Yulmore to a better future, I know it. And I want to help. Properly help. Do something that makes a difference. I don't know what it is yet, but I'll work it out on the way. If you let me come with you, that is. You give me entirely too much credit, the lot of you. But I can't deny it gives me heart. Come then, let us press on together. Thank you, Master Chai. Welcome in, Sogo! But we mustn't get ahead of ourselves. Yulmore needs more than a man with good intentions, which is why I am here. To find one with the experience needed to see the city thrive. Who is this man exactly? And are you certain he's here in Amity? Rendon is his name, and yes, he is, or was. I had scarcely begun to explain myself when he decided his time was better spent elsewhere. He served as chief advisor to Vothri's father when he was in office. If Ranjit was the mayor's right hand, one might say Rendon was the left, and between them they kept Yulmore on the road to prosperity. The city needs more than a mere man of business, which is why I must find him. But even if you do, what makes you think he will listen? Before giving chase, might it not be wise to speak with those who know him, here in Amity? They may be able to shed some light on his reason for rejecting your overtures out of hand. Yes, I suppose that makes sense. Perhaps we should start with Tristol then. As I recall, you made a rather favorable impression on him. I'm certain he would be willing to talk to us. Agreed. Let's do this. Boom, boom, ba-doom. Greetings, friend, and to you, Master Chai. I presume you are here to ask after Rendon. I couldn't help overhearing your earlier exchange. Yes, well, with Vothri gone, Yulmore wants for a leader. Should no one rise to the challenge, the city could very well collapse. I came here seeking Rendon's counsel in the hope that we could build a better Yulmore together. And that is still my wish, but given how abominably you were mistreated here, well, fine. Worry not, Master Chai. I bear no grudge against you or the people of Yulmore, and I would not see you suffer for Vothri's villainy. As you no doubt gathered from your meeting earlier, Rendon can be rather uncompromising. He has his principles, you see, and little patience for anyone he deems less committed to their own. Your desire to right the wrongs of your past, of Yulmore's past, is quite admirable. But I fear the guilt you bear on the city's behalf works against you. I can see it in your eyes and the way you carry yourself. It goes without saying he sees it as well. You must let those feelings go, Master Chai. Be more assertive, commit to this course, and prove to him Yulmore has the resolve to change. The resolve to change? I believe he was heading towards Pit 8 when he left. If you plan to go and speak with him, I suggest you be firm and clear in your intentions. Very well, to Pit 8 we shall go, and I will not take no for an answer, nay, not even a maybe. Alright. Where is Pit 8? I only know of Pit 6, where you fight Sephiroth. No. Pit 6 is where you fight Sophia. I actually think it's P1T6, but we always just called it Pit for short. Here we go! Is this a, Tombstone Rendon?
Well, it's you again. Well, I see you've invited your friends. Need them to fight your battles for you, do you?
No, I didn't invite them, as it happens. Though they are indeed my friends. Well, not only mine, but every true Yulmoran's. They are the ones who awakened us to the truth, to Lord Vothri's villainy. The famous warriors of darkness.
Are they now?
Yes, they are. It would be no exaggeration to call them our saviors. We owe much and more to their kindness, but we cannot depend on that kindness forever. To do so would be a little different from entrusting our affairs to Lord Vothri. Nay, we must learn to stand on our own 2 feet. And I would have them present to witness my attempt.
Hear, hear, Master Chai.
Your sentiments are admirable. Yet admirable sentiments do not a nation make. In my capacity as advisor, I once strove to build a better Yulmore. Gave honest counsel to my superiors, drafted laws for the benefit of one and all. But in time, my values fell out of favor. There was no need for them in this paradise Vothri was creating. And so I left my homeland behind. But you, Chai News, you were content to wallow in indolence under Vothri's auspices. And so I cannot help but ask myself what manner of nation you intend to build.
I can offer no simple answer to that question.
It's a hard question, so fair.
But this much I will say.
Okay.
It is my hope that Yulmore can become a nation which her citizens might freely choose to build together. A great many people, myself included, flocked to Yulmore seeking sanctuary. The alternative being to live in fear and die in pain. Seemed an easy choice. And sanctuary we found. As much food and drink as we could ever want. Secured at the cost of the surrounding villages. Little wonder the people gathered at our doorstep, begging to work among the bonded. The free were blind to it all, of course. Content to, as you say, wallow in indolence. In ignorance. Were I mayor, I would first take stock of the city's resources and see that they were assigned equitably. Our days of reckless consumption are behind us. The distinction between free and bonded died with Vorthri. The needs of rich and poor alike must be considered if our nation is to survive. To which end I would take steps to secure channels for supplies, rekindle relations with nearby settlements, who re-establish industry, reach out to neighboring nations, and the list goes on and on. But I am no ruler, nor even a politician. I am an entrepreneur. My expertise lie in planning and profit. I haven't the knowledge or experience to run a nation. Please, Rendon, will you not help me? Together, we could solve the city's problems. Build a Yulmore for the people.
A Yulmore for the people.
A Yulmore for the people.
I rather like the sound of that. But before I offer you my counsel, I would be certain of your ability to perform the duties of office.
You would?
You ask me to help you solve Yulmore's problems, but first I would see you solve one on your own. Accomplish that, and you will prove both to me and the people that you are a man worth following.
Okay. We switch to standing mode. Right then. Is there a particular issue you would have me resolve? You seem to have conducted an assessment of the problems Yulmore now faces. I assume you will agree, therefore, that the matter of dwindling food stores is the most pressing. Ah, yes. Meal being neither a desirable nor less sustainable option. I assume alternative foodstuffs are now required to fill the void. And a man who hungers is not like to contribute much to society, save violence, perhaps. So tell me, how do you propose to solve this problem? Give me a satisfactory answer and I will consider offering you my counsel. A combination of measures would seem to be in order. One to address the immediate issue of supply, and another that of production. Go on. For the present, Yulemore's coffers can be used to purchase food from our neighbors. This would afford us time to address the underlying problem that affects us all, the long-standing neglect of agriculture. The villages that once served as sources of trade for foodstuffs must be repopulated, their means of production restored. This assumes, of course, that we can rekindle relations with our neighbors, guarantee security and stability in the region, and most importantly, find people willing to leave the city and take up the rebuilding effort. My. Think of that all by yourself, did ya? Well, yes. It began as a rather abstract plan I drafted some time ago, after speaking with the peoples of Yulemore and the nearby settlements. You've impressed me, Chai News. I have? Well, that is a relief. Oh, you haven't secured my support just yet. Only my attention. Grand plans will not be enough to persuade the masses. You would ask them to rebuild, you must provide them with the means to do so. A fair point, Rendon, and one to which I have given much thought. I propose the use of talus to aid in the establishment and maintenance of these settlements. Their employment should drastically improve efficiency and ultimately increase production. Talus? But Daedalus Stoneworks closed their doors years ago. Without a ready supply of the necessary equipment, the people would starve before your plans could be put into effect. Well, as the heir to Daedalus Stoneworks, it just so happens that Talos are my field of expertise. And with a little help, I'm quite certain we could acquire what we need in no time at all. Alright. So I see that we are doing stuff again for you, huh? Sounds about right. Rendon is quite right. Building Talus from scratch would require time we simply do not have. Which is why I propose to make use of the long-abandoned Talus which wander the wilds of Calusia. They will need to be deactivated, of course, and if memory serves, the tools required to do so should still be at the top rung. Come with me. Alright. Let's fly. Here we go. Aha! The old memory hasn't let me down. This chest contains canisters filled with a dastardly potent insulating powder, capable of halting the flow of ether in a talus. We need only get within throwing distance of one and let fly, thus disabling them without damaging them. Ingenious! An old trick of the trade, nothing more. Once disabled, it should be a simple enough matter to get them to march to Yulemore. More extensive repairs can wait. Ordinarily, this is where I would ask you to run along and do the deed. As I have said before, it's high time we learn to stand on our own 2 feet. Thankfully, throwing canisters is something even I should be able to manage. Come off it, Master Chai! Even if the Talus ain't a threat, there's 101 other things out there waiting to make a meal of you. That's as may be, Kaishia, but Rendon tasked me with solving this problem, and I will not sit idly by while others risk everything to see my harebrained schemes realized. Not this time. Which isn't to say the mere thought of it doesn't fill me with dread. Truth be told, I can't feel my legs. But if I'm to prove I'm a man worth following, I must lead by example. Well said, Master Chai. Here, here. I'm not going to tell him if there's any trouble, we'll call it off. I don't want him to know that's an option. Yes, well, it should go without saying that I have no intention of dying for this. I've always preferred living to see the fruits of my labors. What's that box thing? I don't know. And to make sure I do, I will require your help. It is as Kaishir says, these lands are dangerous if one is not careful. I would ask you to use my spyglass to look out for any beasts that could get in the way of my work. I will also need you to alert me when it is safe to subdue the Talos. Understood? You got it, buddy. Good, then let's be off to the quick way. Through the north gate and see if we can't find a suitable vantage point for you. Keep a lookout for danger and alert Chai News when it is safe to incapacitate the Talos. May move the spyglass as well as zoom in and out. Okay. I must be careful. Uh-oh. Oh no, I've been spotted. That was entirely an accident. I thought he was turning around. I was wrong. Can I walk away from here? No. So I did accidentally turn on walk. Okay. I was so confused. I thought maybe the game was forcing me that way. So we had to look at him. Easy enough. I just completely had screwed it up. Perfect. I did it. I did it. Let's move on to another Talos, shall we? Oh no! He tricked me! Do we have to redo both of them? God, I hope not. Fucking sounds right. All right. Yes, we've seen you do that before. So this one's going to turn around. But then it's going to turn back around like immediately. Wait, for fucking real? That's some bullshit. I do believe I'm getting the hang of this. You may leave the next one to me, Morrighan. Does he succeed? Or do he fail? He succeed! Haha, that should do it. Now we have all we need to proceed. His little jumps of happiness. I could scarcely believe it. It was a reckless, foolish plan, but somehow it worked. I did it. Master Chai, I believe I owe you an apology. Your plan to replenish Yulmore's food stores showed forethought and sound judgment. What's more, it is plain your time at Daedalus Stoneworks has equipped you to lead, as evidenced by the extraordinary company you keep. You, sir, are more than qualified to be the next mayor of Yulmore. I thank you for your vote of confidence, but the fact remains I am wholly ignorant of the world of politics, which is why I would ask you to join me and grant Yulmore the benefit of your counsel. I would be honored. When the people behold these talus, I have no doubt they will lend you their support. It would seem Yulmore's leadership is at last in capable hands, would you not agree? No, we should probably be getting back soon, Master Chai. After you've tinkered with the talus and all that, Lady Chai's worried sick.
Right then. Form a line and make for Yulmore.
Look at that, they walk so well and follow directions so well. Quite impressive, really.
What's that noise? Wicked White! Runaway Talos!
No, 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 no.
Call the guard! Stay back! All of you!
Is that... Darling, you're back.
But of course I'm back. You didn't see... I can't...
Oh dear.
She broke him. So much so that Alphino had to cast the heal.
Oh, thank you.
I'm sorry, my darling. It's just the sight of you filled me with such joy, I couldn't help myself.
Oh, no, it's all right, dear. I should have just come out and said what it was I was intending, instead of entrusting the task to a hastily scribbled letter.
Does that mean you'll do it?
Well, I'm here, aren't I? I mean, not that my absence signified any unwillingness, you understand? Oh, naught could be further from the truth. I only left to enlist the aid of the former mayor's senior advisor. And now that I have it, I believe I am ready to take office.
Oh, how wonderful!
She does it again.
Dearest, please!
Honestly, it almost feels a little Hildebrandish. Oh. That was quite a reception. One Master Chai will struggle to forget. More seriously, the arrival of the Talus has seized the public's attention. Once word has spread around Yulmore, it will be that much simpler to gather one and all so that Master Chai can make his inaugural address. No need to fret, Morrighan. I have never felt better. And not at all overpowered by the prospect of addressing the assembled masses of Yulmore. As for where to do it, if I were to accommodate everyone who might feasibly wish to attend, I suppose the only large enough place would be the Emergent. I will go and spread the word among the citizens, both free and bonded, that they are to assemble there to meet their new mayor. You there, Kaishir, was it? Would you go and inform the residents of Gatetown and the derelicts? Of course I will. Good lad. I will let the guards know not to bar the way to Vothry's chambers. It goes without saying that I expect the Warrior of Darkness to attend, assuming she's available. Might as well see through to the bitter end, eh? The doorman at the Crown Lift will show you up. Alright. Speak with Chadden. Okay. Who is back this way? Ah yes, Master Chai told us to expect you. The Emergent is already filling up with people of all persuasions, free and bonded, citizens and non-citizens. But for you, our guest of honor, we have reserved a place at the front. Right this way, miss. I feel like this is gonna have voice acting. I was right.
Go on, dear.
Thank you all for gathering here today. But before going any further, could I ask the free citizens of Yulmore to look around? Tis a sight none of us would ever have seen under Lord Vothry's rule. Not only do we stand in the familiar presence of those we once called the Bonded, but today we welcome the peoples of the Derelicts and Gatetown too. Today we welcome the Warriors of Darkness, come to bear witness to Yulmore's new beginning. As you know, an election was recently held, at the end of which I had the honor of being chosen to succeed Lord Vorthry. You place great faith in me, and I promise to do my utmost to live up to your expectations, and I will seek always to carry out the duties of this office with integrity and fairness. Always, I say, but not forever. Let it be known that I do not intend to hold this post indefinitely. I consider myself but an acting mayor, who will serve only for the interim, while Yulmore is reshaped according to a new set of values.
Hell yeah, Master Chai.
No longer can we think of ourselves as divided, as the free and the bonded, citizens and non-citizens. The systems put in place by Lord Vorthry must be undone. But even as we tear down the old, we must give thought to the new, to what manner of nation Yulmore should become. Whatever the answer may be, it cannot be decided by one man alone. And so I propose that an open forum be held, that we might all discuss how best to strive towards a better future. However, there can be no talk of the morrow unless we first address the issues of today. Securing new sources of food, rebuilding relations with our neighbors, re-establishing industry. There is much and more that needs to be done. Too much for a mere man of business. And so I pledge instead to do everything in my power to ensure our city's security and stability while we all work together to see these problems solved. The road before us will not be easy, and I know full well how daunting the prospect of honest labor may seem to some of you. But we must accept the reality of our circumstances. We must move forward.
Here, here.
This much we owe to ourselves and to the brave heroes who risked their lives to bring back the night. Once we have shored up our city's foundations and regained some semblance of normality, let us reconvene to speak of the future. Until then, I humbly ask that you lend me and each other your strength. For Yulmore!
For Yulmore! Why won't my thing... First, my controller clicks too many times. And now... my mouse won't click. Right. Okay. That was a fine speech, Master Chai. I believe your words stirred every soul in attendance. Stirred them to action, I hope. I have learned anything from all of this, it is that change begins with the individual. Tis but a matter of finding the strength to take the first step. Assuming my fellow Yomorans can, it shall be my honor and privilege to help them walk this road we have chosen. But we must not forget the individuals who made all of these changes possible. Were it within my power, I would carve a tribute to your heroism into the very stone upon which this city stands. I hate to change the subject, darling, but now that you have officially taken office, have you given any thought to your mayoral seat? We will not be moving into the emergent. It's too big, for one thing, and too far from the people for another. We will retain our current residence, and I will govern here in the park. Oh, I was hoping you'd say that. I much prefer the view from the parlor. Begging your pardon, Master Chai, but have you got time for a word? Yes, of course. Bet? Aye, that's me. I liked your speech. There's folk outside these walls as don't even have enough food to last till tomorrow, and more who are counting their crumbs. If you've a plan to change that, I want to help set things in motion. And then we've much to discuss. No sooner do I take office than my work begins in earnest. Well, I suppose I brought it upon myself. Thank you again for your help, Morrighan. I hope to see you again before long. What a day. I don't know what it means exactly, but I do know I've got plenty to think about. I sense we all have a great deal to consider. I had resolved to remain here until such time as Yulmor's future was secured, but it is clear to me now that the city is in capable hands. I have every confidence they will find their way and believe it is time we went on ours. So Alphino's leaving too, is he? Seems like everyone's moving on. Everything's changing. I've been thinking about what I should be in all of this. Like I told you, I spent most of my life dreaming about living here with my friends in paradise. This Yulmor for the people Master Chai's been going on about ain't gonna build itself after all. Not that I'm much of a builder. Me and my friends will find a way to make a difference, though. Help keep things changing for the better. A far nobler dream than the one to which you clung before, and one I am happy to say we share. Whatever path you choose, I will pray for your success. Well, when you put it like that, there's no going back now, is there? We've got a few ideas on how we can do our bit. Just a matter of taking the first step. And I gotta say, orchestran roll! Truly, to see Kaishia thus inspired by our actions is inspiring in itself. Yet however much I may wish to stay and see what comes of his efforts here in Yulmor, we have matters of our own to attend to. Come, we should return to the Crystal Tower. Mayhap Begklug's studies have borne fruit in our absence. Okay. To the ocular. Let's return, because it's cheaper to do it that way. Then we'll do the docile gate, because it saves us like 10 seconds of time. Even more if we then sprint up the stairs. Alright, Exarch, what do you got for me? And is it voice acted or not? I didn't think so. Welcome back. We are given to understand a new mayor has taken office in Yulmore. Indeed. Our good friend Master Chai was elected by popular vote, and, after some considerable soul-searching, chose to accept the post. It is a shame you weren't able to attend his inaugural speech, though I have no doubt you will see more of him in the future. But tell me, how fared you in preparing the White Aura site? Our work did not proceed quite as expected. In your absence, we had a frank discussion on the principle of soul transference, and concluded at length that White Aura site was ill-suited for our purposes. But Oriange, did you not say that, compared to the massy soul of an Asian, the stone could house one of ours with ease? That I did. And armed as we are with Becklug's invaluable insight, 'twould indeed prove a trifling matter, were we to disregard the inviolable link twixt mind and soul. A link which would, we did belatedly realize, be weakened most perilously in the process of rendering our souls dormant, as Auracite doth require. Thus the shedding of these fleshy simulacra, and the surfeit of ether which compriseth them, would in all likelihood deprive us of our psyches as well. It would theoretically be possible to channel your minds into the Auracite instead, but we would more than likely sacrifice your souls in the process, which is why we have abandoned that plan, and instead devoted our time to finding a means by which mind and soul might be transported together. Then we are no closer to a solution than when we first began. It is a vexing conundrum indeed, but one for which the Crystal Exarch has posited a most intriguing solution. When our discussions turned to the transference of memories in the psyche, I could not help but be reminded of a technique with which I have personal experience. Morrighan, do you recall what we learned of my eyes from our encounter with Doge and Unai? I speak of the royal eye of Allegan, Imperial line. Gifted to my forebears through the blood and memories of ancient Allegans, it is by this gift that I am able to control the Crystal Tower. If we were to gain an understanding of the technology by which the Allegans were able to accomplish this transference, perhaps then we could keep mind and soul together. Imagine, if you will, a device like unto a soul crystal, replete not only with our worldly memories, but also the bountiful energies of the soul. That is our current avenue of investigation, and we will follow it wheresoever it leads. While we are thus engaged, I think it best that Morrighan return to the source and inform Kryl and the others of our findings. Agreed. I imagine Tatari will be relieved to hear we've made progress of a sort. And I would beg leave to relay our findings unto Thancred and Reen, and to assist where I may in their investigation of the empty. Yes, please do. Should we have need of your counsel, we will not hesitate to summon you. Give our regards to Tataru, won't you? You got it, Alfie. So we return to Mordno. We run in a complete circle. Yep. Morrighan, you're back! How did everything go in the first? Wait, don't tell me. Kryl will be here shortly and she'll want to hear too. She's just tending to the others. Their bodies, I mean. Gods, I don't think I'll ever get used to saying that. Anyway, you can tell us everything the moment she gets here. Several cutscenes will play in sequence, fine. Sounds good to me.
Sorry to keep you waiting. I've carried out the treatment as per Master Matoya's instructions. It should slow the destabilization of their corporeal ether quite significantly. But tell me, how fare our friends in the first?
Well, we're no closer to the solution.
So this Becklug's the first to lead an authority on soulcraft, are they? Sounds promising.
That it is, Tataru. That it is.
And Urianger's proffered solution of white auracite is rather ingenious now that I think of it. Well, while they press on with their preparations, you may rest assured we will continue to do our part here.
Oh, you're back.
Hey, it's Estinian!
And none the worse for wear, I see.
Estinian! Oh, thank the gods! We've been worried sick. Did you lose your link pearl or something?
The situation in Garlemald has become more complicated. I was making my escape from the capital when I ran into one of yours, Riol. He thought it best we come straight here.
More complicated how?
Where to begin? After entering the Empire via Razat Han, I went about my mission of investigating Black Rose. It was then, inside a provincial factory, that I encountered the one who styles himself Shadow Hunter, Gaius Baelsar. Our goals being apparently aligned, we joined forces and ventured on into the heart of the capital, to the very Imperial Palace itself. There, we found a man whom all assumed dead.
Dun dun dun!
But his soul lives on, and he has wrested back his flesh. Xenos Ye Galvas. Nor did the surprises end there, for no sooner had we arrived than he murdered his sire in cold blood. The Emperor is dead. This sent Gaius into a rage, and he charged in, blade drawn. What's wrong?
I've seen him in action. His body, at least. You will not best him alone. Nay, death will not come easily to that thing. If you would join me, then by all means. What good it will do? The Black Wolf and the Azure Dragoon. I suppose this might suffice. Come then. Oh shit. It's just straight up through Estinian. By the harpoon. With the rage of Nidhogg. Actually, I think that was Laboon, Dragoon LB3. Ah, the simple pleasures of one's own flesh. Truly, there is no place like home. Abomination. Whatever he is, Morrighan was barely a match for him. If we stay here much longer. Emperor Varus, your radiance, are you alright? We may wear out our woe. Your radiance, no! Must even the most middling of sport be spoiled. The world conspires to bore me. But I have no cause to remain. I leave these vermin to you. Xenos! Well, any bright ideas? Just one. Damn! Alright, that was pretty cool of Gaius. Gah! Your radiance! The intruders have taken flight. I repeat, the intruders have taken flight. Deploy all available Magitech armor. We cannot let them escape. In this duty, you will play as a Estinian woman. Alert! Intruders detected in the Imperial Way! All available units converge! Can I target, please? Okay. There they are! Stop them! Let's keep moving. There is no end to them. You won't escape, Gaius Balesar. You will pay for your crimes, traitor. Can I... So much movement. Anya, on my mark. I think not. Damn it. This way, quickly. How is Gaius outrunning me? We make ourselves easy marks by moving together. I suggest we split up. Alright then, I'll take the low road, so to speak. I will see you outside. Stay safe. I don't need my money. Alright, that was not the way to go. Son of a bitch, it was behind me. The alarm is annoying. The alarm is very annoying. Alright. Connecting corridor. Principal dynamics. Well, well, someone's been busy. That's an Ultima weapon body look like. Whoa. It's not terrifying. Arc Ultima, volatile prototype. You would bar my way, would you? So be it. Come, Nidhogg, lend me your strength. This was one of, I think, the cooler and more enjoyable play as someone else's. What do these do? It's a damage over time, so I don't want to spam that. Stardiver. What is this one? Okay. Let's use Stardiver. The dot is over. Let's re-up the dot. Somehow, you would bar my way, then you will feel the fury of Nidhogg. Don't think that's... I'm not sure I did that part right, but we didn't die, so... It's not working. Ready another sample. The one taken from Castra Mabania. Sample data 12. Sample data. Sample data 12. Angry Salamander. Well, let's re-up the dot. Increase generator output to maximum. Activate the Magitech field. Full power! Once again, let's dot him. Just drop these in a circle. Unstoppable. We shall see about that. Unleash the wrath of the Nidhogg upon the Garleans. Nidhogg, show them your fury.
Take my lance.
Fair. Garleans and their machina. Now, where are you, Gaius? Gone. Gaius is gone. Never to come back. 'Tis a shame. Oh, Cryo saw it too, huh?
Are you alright?
Yes.
Peer into my past, did you?
Not intentionally. But yes.
Well, I didn't quite relive the experience as you did, but I bore witness to it all.
I'm still not sure what I think of this gift of yours. But no matter. Our confrontation was cut short when the Imperial Guard arrived. It was then that Xenos took his leave, citing boredom.
To think their research into the Echo could bear such fruit. Escaping death, jumping from one body to the next, and returning to his own after all this time. He is an Ascian in all but name.
She's not wrong, like... That is what they do.
It beggars belief, aye. But no more than a hero traversing the rift between worlds.
Well... We don't do that of our own free will.
My concerns are far more prosaic. With the Emperor dead and the Crown Prince missing, the Empire is in disarray.
So we use that to our advantage.
Until order is restored, assuming it even possible, we needn't fear an Imperial reprisal. And for reasons of his own, Xenos took it upon himself to rid the world of Black Rose. Riol has already gone to apprise the Alliance leaders of these developments. We may leave the matter in their hands for now.
Then perhaps we have seen the last of the fighting at Gimlet. Though, if it comes to civil war, I cannot help but fear for the provinces. Ah, I'd nearly forgotten to ask. What became of Gaius? Did he not escape with you?
That he did, but we parted ways shortly after leaving Garlemald. He claimed another threat had arisen which demanded his attention. He didn't elaborate, but the absence of some device or other in the capital gave him reason to believe they're planning something. Lest you worry, I believe he has well and truly shed the Black Wolf's pelt. Conquest is no longer his objective. We may safely leave him to his own devices.
Well, it's nice to have one less foe to worry about, even if we do have a mysterious new threat to look out for instead. Speaking of which, I'll see that Riol and our shinobi are made aware. Though we still know next to nothing, it can't hurt to be vigilant.
Well then, with Black Rose nipped in the bud, I believe I've fulfilled my part of the bargain.
That's true, but with the Archon still slumbering away, we were hoping you might agree to stay with us for a little bit longer.
Just realized my microphone's been muted and I've been sitting here.
Sorry, but I'm not inclined to extend my contract. Gaius isn't the only one with business to attend to.
Smart-ass comments for everything.
Thank you for your help then, Estinian. I see why Alphino admires you so.
Farewell, my friend. See that you don't make a habit of dozing off in battle.
But it's so much fun!
I suppose we should all be getting on then. As ever, we will see to the Archon's needs. In the meantime, why not get some rest? You've more than earned it. Go on.
Okay. Sorry, I was multitasking while getting us through those cutscenes. I was taking a drawer off my desk. You must be shattered after all that hopping back and forth between worlds. Why not stay here and rest for a while? I'm sure Becklug can manage without you. You got enough scions to help them, if you ask me. Meanwhile, in a Imperial fortress or something like that. Oh, just straight up meanwhile in Garlemald. That works too. Traitors! You would dare deny Lord Nerva the throne? Yes. Bah! Onward! Before this day is done, victory shall be ours! What? Wrong mouse. I was like, why did my webcam just disappear when I clicked to try to move the voice? Or the text along? That's why. Damn it. Boring, boring, boring. Do you think I find it amusing? Like hogs? Like dogs herding cattle to the slaughterhouse. That hue, your souls. Who are you? Before your majesty, I am but another dog, lost in want of a new master, a hunting dog if you would wish it so. For I know full well the prey you would seek. Zodiac. Come on. There we go. Was a struggle, but I managed it. Meanwhile, in like Yolmorin, I think is what it said. Yes. Did you hear? The mayor's reopening Daedalus Stoneworks, and they're looking for laborers. There's talk of resettling some of the old villages, too. They're even laying on free talus to help anyone willing to make the move. Free talus? Huh, we'd best get packing. Steady work, board, and lodging. If that's not a recipe for hope, I don't know what is. What? Oh. But you were absorbed. Yes, so long as I yet live, I would see that feeble flame rekindled. Boom. It is my destiny to see our dream fulfilled. Alright, I am going to take a short break to go to the bathroom, get me some more water. Let's get to it. Morrighan. My, what a pleasant surprise. I mean, we didn't even leave. We've just been standing over there for a few minutes, Cryle. It's not that much of a surprise. If you've come to inquire after the Archons, fear not. Master Matoya's treatment has proven effective in stabilizing their corporeal ether. We mustn't grow complacent, however. Potent though these magics may be, they are not without limits. We can only hope they afford us enough time for the Crystal Exarch to complete his work. If only we could go with you to the First and help. Pardon the interruption, but I come bearing urgent news. I have no idea who this person is, so... Ah, Maxima. Ah, Morrighan. It has been far too long, my friend. Forgive me. I don't believe we have been formally introduced. Maxima, former Garlean ambassador, I remain here in Eorzea under the auspices of Commander Alden, offering what counsel I can in hopes of resolving the present conflict with the Empire. Ah, yes. I have heard stories of a defector from Garlemald. But never mind that. You said you have urgent news? Indeed. As you may have heard, the Imperial capital is in turmoil, and a sizable portion of the Garlean forces have been recalled from the Gimlet Dark. With their numbers so greatly diminished, the main host of the Alliance has withdrawn, leaving the Alamegan resistance to keep watch over the border. And it is there we have welcomed a most unexpected visitor who claims that this de-escalation may belie growing dangers and unforeseen threats. Commander Alden has arranged for an impromptu meeting to discuss these revelations. He also has requested a representative of the Scions attend as well, though it was clear to whom he wished I extend this invitation. It would seem time is of the essence. Well, you'll not be attending this meeting alone, though I am not as well versed in the affairs of city-states as our comrades. I see no reason to burden a single Scion with all this. Yes, of course. Then we must make for the Alamegan Quarter with all haste. Well, what are you waiting for? Get going, you two! Alright. To the Alamegan Quarter, where we will trigger yet another cutscene. Commander Alden awaits us in the Royal Palace. He would follow me. It's Gaius.
They're here, Commander.
And I for one am grateful that they are. Told you've been busy since our paths last crossed at the Gimlet Dark. Not that I understand half of it. When the science spoke of other worlds, I'd struggled to describe what I pictured. Mayhap things would seem clearer were I to hear the tale from your own lips. But I'm afraid the situation will not afford us that luxury. I trust you two require no introduction.
No, we know them quite well.
We meet again, hero of Eorzea. Must we repeat this ridiculous display? I pose no threat to you, though what I come to warn you of very well might.
Had he meant to do us harm, I hazard he would have kept to the shadows, and brought more than 2 companions.
Raban's not wrong here.
We need not pretend to be the best of friends, but I hope we can put aside our differences for the present.
As you are doubtless aware, Sir Estinian and I cooperated to rid the world of Black Rose in your absence. Our journey together took us as far as the Imperial Palace, where we witnessed Emperor Varus meet his death at Xenos' hand. Being the sole witnesses to this crime, and in no position to defend our innocence, we were then forced to flee, each pursuing his own avenue of escape. When we were later reunited, Estinian claimed to have encountered an unfamiliar kind of machina during his flight, but to me his description seemed anything but, and upon further investigation I found that I was right. The Empire is developing a new Ultima weapon.
What, that Allagan monstrosity, created to vanquish primals? With which you yourself once thought to conquer Eorzea?
The same. In my foolishness, I sought to harness its power, and became the Ascian's pawn in so doing. But you know as well as I how that tale ended. The weapon itself, excavated from beneath this very city, was destroyed ere we could fully unravel its secrets, and that should have been the end of it.
It should have. We left it buried at the Porta Praetorium. No, that's at Castrum Praetorium.
But unlikely as it sounds, the Empire's efforts to recreate it have somehow borne fruit, primarily through secret research conducted by the 7th Imperial Legion, it would seem.
Wait, the 7th was all but annihilated at Cartano, along with its legatus.
Indeed, few survived. The 7th, as it is now, has little in common with the Legion led by Vandarnus, and its leadership has changed hands several times since. Precisely how this project has continued despite such turmoil, and under whose auspices, remains a mystery.
Indeed.
What we do know, however, is that a number of prototypes have been produced, and that one of them is on its way to Eorzea.
What?
We attempted to stop it, but it was all we could do to slow its progress, so we resolved instead to bring you warning.
And right glad are we that you did, though it soundly dashed our hopes that tensions might ease at last.
As it is, we've begun to strengthen our presence in the Gimlet Dark, and are assembling a force to meet the coming threat. A force with you in its vanguard, I hope. Before you say anything, I know full well you have pressing concerns of your own. Your comrades remain in peril, and I would not ask you to forsake them.
Good.
But the fact remains that you, and you alone, have faced the Ultima weapon and emerged victorious. We need you. And so, when the time comes, if your comrades can spare you, I bid you lend us your strength. I've assigned an officer to await your word.
The Ascian's downfall was to be the work of my remaining days. But it was my hand that kindled these flames, and I cannot allow them to spread any further. I will do what I must to see this mistake consigned to history once and for all. Even if it means begging your aid. The Fates will enjoy the irony, even as I endure the ignominy.
I too shall make for the border and offer my skills, meager though they seem in such company. Mayhap we shall meet there anon.
Okay. This is all to set up the raid line. Not the raid line. The optional trials for
We can ill
post
afford to ignore the coming of a new Ultima weapon.
Shadowbringers.
Our friends' plight grows ever more precarious, and none save you can join them in the first. I only hope you are not forced to make a choice.
Never, Kryle. Never. I will do what I must. We're sitting down again. As ever, the way forward is paved with difficult decisions. We can ill afford to ignore the threat of a new Ultima weapon, but with each passing day, the plight of the Scions grows ever more perilous. If you cannot stay for a debriefing on the Ultima weapon, I will not stop you. I only ask that you confer with me before returning to the First. Okay. To the First we go. I take it you're ready to return to the First? Then I would ask that you apprise the others of recent events here in the Source. Namely, Xenos' return and the development of a new Ultima weapon. As for their bodies, you may assure them, Master Matoya and I will continue doing what we can to keep their corporeal ether stable. Safe travels, Morrighan. I hope to see you and the other Scions soon. That's a quick and easy turn-in. Pick it up and turn it in. As we swap worlds. Oops. Let's not drop the controller. I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing. Docile game. My brain could not remember. Like, I knew what I was doing. I was going to the ocular. I could not remember where I needed to go to the ocular. Which teleport it was. Do you have business with the Crystal Exarch? I say as I skip right over the conversation and walk through the door. You've come at a most opportune time, my friend. I've made something of a breakthrough in my research on the soul and a means to return the Scions home. I trust you too have been making good use of your time. Ill tidings from the source, you say, and I will summon the others that we might all be apprised of the situation.
Now that we are all here, what news from the source? A new Ultima weapon? We must count ourselves lucky that Gaius has pledged his assistance.
While this is indeed a worrying development, I think the state of the Empire as a whole greater grounds for concern. With the Emperor slain and Xenos returned, it is impossible to predict how matters will unfold in Garlemald. The Ultima weapon may be but the first of many unpleasant surprises.
The situation beareth closer observation, of that there is no doubt, and doth compound our need to return unto the source.
Then let us address that issue. Our long search for a means to see you safely home may well be nearing its conclusion.
Already?
Thanks in large part to Urianger and Becklug's invaluable insight, we have succeeded in fashioning a vessel for the journey.
We set out to create a crystalline container retaining the more useful properties of white aurosite, but without its regrettable limitations. And after a good deal of trial and error, we made one. An ark for soul and mind both that will allow your incorporeal self in its entirety to be ferried between worlds. A spirit vessel, if you will. However,
though the vessel is possessed of the requisite qualities to hold mind and memory, it wanteth yet for a means to receive of them. For that, we must needs imbue it with the Exarch's innate gift.
A gift that lives on only through the blood of the Allagan Emperors, which certainly does not flow within aurosite or any other crystal.
Just so, milady. The blood serveth as a conduit of sorts. In its absence, memory cannot pass from mind unto mind, nor from flesh unto crystal.
That being the case, we must either alter the process of inheritance so as to require no such thing, or determine a means by which my blood may permeate the vessel. I am hopeful that the records found within this tower will yield the knowledge we require to pursue one or the other of these avenues.
as well you should be. The Allagan's body of etherological research is extraordinary. I can scarce believe it the work of ages past. But its underlying principles are not so very different from those of my own field of study. Given time, we will find the answers we seek.
I know that you can ill afford to wait, and it pains me that I must ask you to do so. I can only reaffirm my promise to you that a solution will be found. Whatever it takes, I will see you safely home.
Good. Because we need to be back. I'm still angry you brought me here without my permission.
My apologies.
I do hope you haven't come to tell us that mortal peril fast approaches.
No. I had hoped to speak with the Warrior of Darkness.
Oh?
But there is no need to cut short your meeting on my account. I will be waiting outside.
Why not speak in here? She knows I don't mind. Unless she didn't want to.
She doesn't want you to know, Grah, huh?
Perhaps I might accompany you. Though I am woefully ill-qualified to assist in the Exarch's research, I may yet be of some use to Lena.
Okay. Direct hit, determination. We'll go with that one. Creamy salmon pasta. Alright. I must confess, while I enjoy my fair share of scholarly research, it will be good to step outside for a spot of fresh air. Now then, shall we go and speak with Lina? We shall. Bum, 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 bum. Jeez. Over here. We have little time, so I will be brief. A Sin Eater has been sighted in Lakeland, and I ask for your assistance in slaying it. A Sin Eater? I've heard some few yet remained after the knight had returned, but perhaps we should call the others? That will not be necessary. It is only a single Sin Eater, a simple task for our guard, I should think. That said, I believe fighting alongside the Warrior of Darkness would be a valuable experience. Peace can lead to complacency, and they gain nothing from an easy victory. But you do not underestimate your foes, however harmless they may seem. My men would do well to learn from your example. Well, let's be about it then. Excellent. Let us make for Fort Job. What do we... Why? I don't know what's going on. I need to get a new controller. I know that much. Oh. Like, that's step one, probably, is get a new controller. What? Well, we used the last of that. If you would wait here a moment, I will gather the others. You may not remember, but you have met these soldiers once before, though only in passing. Long have they awaited the opportunity to fight at your side. I was at death's door that day after the Sin Eaters attacked. If you and yours hadn't come along, I'd have likely stepped through. I would have been alone. I wouldn't have been alone. Your courage and selflessness is something we all aspire to. I too was there that terrible day. My friend was transformed into a Sin Eater before my very eyes, and I had no choice but to cut her down. The thought of returning to the field, of holding a blade again, filled me with dread. But that is no way to honor her or my comrades, and so I have returned. I swear I will not let you or anyone else down from this day forward. A pleasure to meet you, miss. Truly, it seems like only yesterday I watched as you took flight out astride an Amaro to go and save the Oracle. Strange to think the Yulmoran soldiers we once locked blades with are now on our side. But we will do our utmost to keep the peace here in Lakeland. We seem to be missing one. My apologies, Captain Lina. An elderly gentleman asked that I escort him to Clearmelt. It took longer than anticipated. I'll not begrudge your desire to help those in need, but a soldier must be punctual, especially when we play host to honored guests. It won't happen again. The name's Thaler. I'm sure you don't remember, but we met once before in the infirmary. You're the one that told us about your friend. Yep. I asked you to deliver a message to the Exarch and the Warrior of Darkness. Little did I know I was already talking to her. Don't give up. Don't give in. I keep those words close to my heart, and the boundless, beautiful skies above serve as a reminder of their importance. Hell yeah! My friend got to see the knight's return shortly before he passed. He left this world with a smile, satisfied with a glimpse of what was to come. But there were countless others who weren't so fortunate. They gave their lives for the promise of a future they'll never know. So it falls to us to do everything we can to fulfill that promise. No matter what happens, we won't give up. We won't give in. Your heroism has inspired all of our guardsmen in much the same way. Let us not keep them waiting. Yeah. Let's go, fight a Sin Eater then. Where's my... I could not find my mouse. It was gone. Pew, 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 pew. How far north is it? It's not that much farther. It's right outside Hallminster Switch. We'll ignore the dragon. Oh, they already killed it, huh? Okay. We didn't even have to do nothing.
Did you slay this eater? Your orders were to await the main force before engaging.
No, Captain. It wasn't us, I swear it. A man came out of nowhere and cut it down before we knew what was happening.
By himself? Certainly it is no light warden, but nevertheless.
It's true. Felled it with a single swing of his axe he did. I've never seen anything like it. So I says to him, who are you, the warrior of bleeding darkness? And he says, no, I'm a warrior of light. And that was it. Buggered off as quick as he came. A warrior of light?
Why would someone go around calling himself that, though? It was those bastards who caused the flood. I mean, if you were going to pretend to be anyone, it'd be her. The Warrior of Darkness.
Eh? Oh, I didn't know. It's an honor.
Since the Eater is no longer a threat, our work here is done. Return to your posts.
I had hoped to fight at your side today. But I'll continue to follow your example, and may we meet again.
I apologize for the wasted journey. It seems I overestimated the threat. As for this warrior of light, I do not know who would be brazen enough to take that mantle for his own. Whatever it may once have meant, it is forever tainted by the association with the Flood. The Exarch told me the truth of Ardbert and his comrades' deeds, and I am aware they played some part in your own triumph. But to most, they are synonymous with the calamity that befell this world. Still, if this man is minded to destroy Sin Eaters, I may forgive him his unfortunate choice of alias. But that is neither here nor there. I thank you for accompanying me.
With that concluded, shall we return to the Crystarium? There is a proposal I should like to make.
What is that proposal?
Forgive me. There is one more thing. A personal concern of mine. I had hoped you might have a moment to speak privately.
I can see that.
Take your time. I shall go on ahead.
Oh.
will not mince words. This matter concerns the Exarch. Though his countenance belies his age, his demeanor never has. He has seen more than any man should and grown ever more weary with time. But I see I give the wrong impression. While it is true he attempted to open a letter with a salmon fillet the other evening, we are not here because I suspect his mind is deteriorating. Nor do I believe him to be so maddeningly unconcerned by the prospect of his own death as he once was. Indeed, the opposite is true. It is for this reason that I seek your advice. Since he returned from the Tempest, the Exarch is not as he was. He seems a different man, a younger man. I know not the details of his research, but when I saw him at work recently, there was a glint in his eye that I had never seen before. He looked happy. It was as if he had peered into the future and for the first time found joy there. Though it gladdens me to see him thus, I wonder if I should not keep my distance. I fear that my presence will only anchor him to the past, remind him of all the pain that came before.
I think you're wrong. He's lost without you, you know, and he misses you already.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Then perhaps we might remain as we were. As we have always been. What a relief. In that case, I will have to speak with him about the amount of time he is spending at work. This research is important, I know, but if he refuses to consider his own health, I will have to consider it for him.
Good. Because someone needs to. I will not keep you. You and your comrades have much to discuss. I will see the others back to their posts. Deal. I will go speak with Alfie now. We will return to the Crystarium. Okay, so he's in the office. I thought Beck Lug was a person crouched down. The others were quite shocked to hear of what we found in Lakeland. But now that you're here, there is a proposal I should like to make. Okay. I have been spending a great deal of time in the Cabinet of Curiosity, and of late I have noted more and more people perusing books on history, the years leading up to the Flood in particular. I suspect they wish to know more about the Warriors of Light. As well they should, but nearly everything I've come across describes them as sin-eaters or worse. Regardless of whether or not this Warrior of Light is who they claim to be, I worry that their sudden appearance, in conjunction with this renewed interest in their predecessors, may lead to growing unrest and fear. If the people of the Crystarium seek the truth, I say we give it to them. I too can attest to the falsehoods found within full many of the Cabinet's tomes, with nary a mention of the noble deeds of Ardbert and his comrades. To be fair, they bear some responsibility for the Flood, but when the tale is told again and again over the course of a century, I am not surprised to see their roles distorted and them painted as villains. Were it not for the records stored within the Crystal Tower, I would have had no reason to question the narrative. Unfortunately, that knowledge was of no use, for when I arrived here in the first, their reputation had already been irreparably tarnished. That said, there still remained those who worked tirelessly to defend their good name in those early days following the flood. Considering all the good they had done, I find it a wonder they needed defending at all. They brought justice to the man who misused my knowledge to bring about the fall of Vober. That such heroes could be spoken of in the same breath as senators is absurd. Under normal circumstances, I would agree, but as time passed, those who knew firsthand of their deeds dwindled. In the end, only one truth remained, that they were the cause of the flood. With the world on the brink of oblivion, it was all too easy for the Warriors of Light to become villains deserving only of resentment and hate. At that point, the truth mattered little. It would not change their lot. Thanks to all of you, however, their lot has changed, and now they may heed the long-forgotten truth. You claimed it was Ardbert who helped you overcome Emmett Silk, correct? Such a revelation would do well to sway the hearts of those who know him only as a villain. I have shared this with a select few, but one in all must be told of his sacrifice. To that end, I say we proceed with Alfino's plan. We call together the people of the Crystarium and recount to them the true tale of the Warriors of Light and the flood that followed in their wake. Well, what say you, Morrighan? I wish we had done this sooner. In hindsight, I agree, but better late than never, no? Exarch, might I ask you to continue working with Becklug on our means of returning hope? The rest of us will see to gathering the people of the Crystarium and the Exedra. We have to reach out to anyone and everyone who might be willing to lend an ear. With any luck, word will spread and more will accompany them. Okay. We gotta go speak with 5 people in the Crystarium, huh? I guess let's start at the Pendants. Glennard, my man, what you got for me? Well, well, to what do I owe the pleasure? Whatever it is, I must ask you be brief. With the night return, visitors have been flocking to the Crystarium, and I find myself too busy by half. I don't mind it, though. Seeing the stairs so full of life and excitement, one can almost forget the flood ever happened. The Warriors of Light? Yes, the Exarch has mentioned them before, but everyone knows them now as the Cardinal Virtues. Or are you suggesting there's more to it than that? I am indeed. Well, you've yet to steer us wrong, so I'm willing to hear what you have to say. Probably Bragi? Come to browse wares in the markets, have you? Well, I can guarantee you'll have no trouble finding what you need, whatever it may be. Under Yulmore's new leadership, trade has never been more prosperous. Word is that fellow from Daedalus Stoneworks has taken over as mayor. Did he really? Little wonder business is booming the way it is. I imagine it won't be long before all of Norvrond reaps the benefits, but you've not come to talk about the market. Something on your mind? Yeah, the Warriors of Light. You should come and hear our talk about them. I see. The Exarch did mention that it had something to do with your returning the night to Norvrond. Alright, consider my interest piqued. Here, we'll do the Spagrets. Pew! Pew! Morrighan, my, what a wonderful surprise. Though I hope your being here doesn't mean someone's been hurt. Thanks to you, I've had far fewer patients coming through my door of late. Which is a shame, come to think of it. I've had fewer opportunities to test my new medicines. Jest, of course. It's actually been quite pleasant to have a few moments to myself now and again. The truth about the Warriors of Light, but the Exarch has already spoken with me about them. Well, if there's more to the tale, I'd very much like to hear it. Alright. To the Cabinet of Curiosity, and then to the Crystalline Mean. I think that'll be where it'll last, because I'm pretty sure we're talking to Catelys and Warren. No, this can't be. Surely there is at least one book that does not cast the Warriors of Light and their deeds in such a negative light. Ah, Morrighan, forgive me. The Cabinet of Curiosity has been bustling with visitors of late, but I fear our repository lacks for the knowledge they seek. The people wish to know the truth of the Flood, the Warriors of Light. I have searched high and low, but alas, every account portrays them as no better than sin-eaters, abominations worthy only of scorn and resentment. I know they were not always judged so harshly, yet I can find no proof, and I dare call myself a librarian. You would address the people and tell them the truth of the Warriors of Light, of the Flood. How wonderful! You have regaled me with the tale once before, but I should love to hear it again. Oh, and you may be assured I will not come alone. Phew, good. Now let's go talk to Catelys. At the Crystalline Mean. Well, well, what a coincidence. I was just reading over a letter I received from Gnault not long ago. He says a visitor from the Crystarium found him at the bottom of the ocean, and that she inspired him to reach new artistic heights. Well, I can only think of one person capable of both feats, though I'd say the latter is far more impressive. To think fate could bring the two of you together in such a place. I'm sorry, you mean the Exarch didn't tell us the whole story of the Warriors of Light? Well, whatever he's left unsaid, I'm all ears. Where's there it is. I'm trying to find the thing. The Ethernet shard. Alright, so back to the Docile Gate. Let's talk to Alfino. There you are. Between the four of us, I dare sway we've swept the Crystarium from top to bottom. Now we need but wait for the people to gather. I'm pretty sure this one has voice acting.
Yes, this looks to be nearly everyone. Let us begin, shall we? Though I am usually the first to hold forth at such events, I think on this occasion that honor should fall to you.
Oh, please no.
They would be more inclined to take the word of the Warrior of Darkness.
Not you too, Stola.
Indeed. In light of the subject matter, who better than thee to speak these truths?
Well, I'm clearly outnumbered. There was Ardbert and his friends. And they had an Amaro named Seto. They did a lot of good deeds. Then they came to my world and fought me. And I kicked their ass. They went to stop the flood, but Menphelia would not let Ardbert sacrifice himself, because Ardbert needed to help me.
Wicked White? The Warriors of Light did all that?
Yep.
So they never... I mean, they only ever wanted to help. And when everything they'd done turned to ash, they still carried on.
Yep.
They gave everything to stop the flood. First their lives, then their souls. And they managed it too, in the end. They saved us. And we cursed their names.
This should go a long way towards clearing the air.
Bum bum bum. He looks a little angry.
Impossible.
I take it I'm not imagining this thing.
I definitely see something. You don't think it's a ghost, do you?
Nay. Yonder standeth no bloodless apparition, but a warrior of light and darkness both. Ardbert.
What in the world?
It's you! The one who slew the Eater!
That it should be the Warrior of Darkness who brought the truth to light. You've saved me a fair bit of time, though I have a few words of my own to say, if I may.
Why do you look angry?
People of the Crystarium! I am Ardbert, one of those you know as a Warrior of Light.
That's impossible. You should be dead.
Aye, that I should. But as the world has been given new life, so too have I. I know not why I, and I alone, have been gifted this chance. But I do know this. Only by the will of the star itself could such a miracle come to pass. The hero who stands before you now, the Warrior of Darkness, is not of this world. And the day will come when she must return to her home. But this land is our home. And if it is to remain so, now and forevermore, it is we who must protect it. The time to rely on saviors from afar has passed. It is you who must rise. You who must become the new Warriors of Light!
What? Us? Warriors of Light?
None of us were born heroes, my friend. I was only ever a man with a thirst for adventure. But wherever my journeys took me, I was invariably confronted with the same choice. To lend what aid I could to those in need, or not. And I always chose the former. Any one of you could do the same. All you need is the will to help your fellow man, and the resolve to see it through.
From thine own lips did we learn of Ardbert's fate, and by thy countenance I gather thou art not inclined to recant thy testimony. Yet whosoever this man may be, his words hold truth and resonate with the citizenry besides. For us to voice our doubts here and now would serve but to sow disquiet. 'Twere better we retired unto the ocular and there discuss this matter in private.
Agreed, Urianger. Agreed.
Go. I will stay here and watch.
All right. Well, hold on. Are we still in voice acting?
So, that is a warrior of light of the first. I've not had the pleasure of making his acquaintance, but as you all seem to be in agreement, I gather this is no simple case of mistaken identity.
As far as I was able to discern, that was indeed Ardbert. It has been a long time, but not that long. Could he truly have been resurrected as he claims?
No, because he's a part of me now. It looks like him and sounds like him, but it isn't him.
Ardbert did entrust his very soul unto thee. I see no reason to question thy judgment.
Yeah.
Nor I. To my eyes, your ether burns as brightly as the day you slew Emmett Selk. That is proof that he is with you still.
Yet that which standeth now before the people is far more than a passing imitation. I am reminded of the cardinal virtues, though a sin-eater he is not. Which leaveth but one plausible explanation.
Asians.
That he is an Asian.
Given their fondness for posthumous possession, I would have to agree.
Yeah.
From what I understand, the Warriors of Light were laid to rest in Yulmore by those whom they had aided in life. At the time, some few still remembered them as heroes. Needless to say, 4 of them were subsequently exhumed to serve as the virtues. And if one knew where to look, Ardbert too would not have been difficult to find.
Assuming then that this is indeed the work of an Asian, my mind inevitably turns to the last remaining paragon to survive the Sundering.
Elidibus.
Elidibus. That Xenos hath reclaimed his own flesh is known. Thus evicted from his borrowed form, and cognizant no doubt of Emmett Selk's failure here in the first, 'tis quite possible the emissary chose Ardbert for his next vessel.
Inhabiting the flesh of the fallen. My, that is unsavory. And they do this often, you say?
Verily, for they possess no corporeal forms of their own. In what one may term their natural state, none save those gifted with the echo can perceive them. Indeed, when Elidibus intruded upon the waking sands, his presence did go unmarked by all save Minfilia and the Warrior of Light.
True.
On that occasion, I myself remained ignorant of his coming until after his departure. It was only at a later juncture, when he deigned to appear before me in borrowed flesh, that I was finally able to take the measure of him. In such puppetry do the Ascians engage when they seek to influence the course of history.
And they have gained much by it. Emmett Selk single-handedly built the Garlean Empire in this manner, while the Hebrea came close to conquering Eorzea, having taken possession of Thancred's living body.
Yet it must needs be noted that the Ascians cannot avail themselves of all mortal vessels. For were they able to do so, none would serve as a better pawn than our own redoubtable champion. Mayhap the blessing of light shieldeth Hydaelyn's chosen from Ascian influence. Or mayhap other forces are at work. We cannot say for certain.
Whatever the reason, I hope it holds true. I dare not contemplate what might come to pass otherwise.
Is it not peculiar, then, that Ardbert's mortal remains should be susceptible, given that he was once a warrior of light? Or did the final departure of his soul make it possible, perhaps?
Are they all forgetting that Emmett Selk straight up told us that they can like shape a person's body into whatever they want it to be? So like, Elidibus could have taken anyone and made them look like Ardbert.
Regardless, to hear an Ascian use him to call forth new warriors of light boggles the mind.
Agreed.
Elidibus hath ever been an enigma, his ostensible purpose being to preserve the balance between light and dark. When he made overtures towards me, however, I was afforded a glimpse behind the mask of the self-appointed emissary. I shall not defend mine actions, undertaken in pursuit of a better understanding of our foe, as either wise or prudent. Nevertheless, what little I did glean may now prove useful. Elidibus possesseth a subtle mind, practiced in the art of manipulation. That he coaxed this star's most valiant heroes as far as the source with naught save half-truths is no trifling feat. And now I believe he doth employ his skills once more to some as yet unknown end. Though naught is certain, should my suspicions prove true, we shall have need of all our wits if we are to uncover and thereafter thwart his plot.
Agreed. 'Tis plain that simply speaking out against him will not avail us. At best, it would only serve to confuse the people. And I would hesitate to do anything which might tarnish Ardbert's reputation once more, nor yours by association. That being the case, it may be wise to keep a covert eye on this Ardbert's movements, as we attempt to discern his purpose and how best to mitigate his influence.
His performance appears to have concluded. What now? Go back out and follow him?
'Twould appear Master Alphino already hath pursuit in mind, and I suspect one pair of eyes shall better serve our cause than half a dozen. Let the rest of us maintain an inconspicuous distance, for the present at least.
As I say, I'm pretty sure we're coming back now. Critical hit, skill speed, determination, vitality. We'll take that. So we can have more food options. You did well to dispel the falsehoods surrounding the Warriors of Light and their actions prior to the Flood. Though I must say the reappearance of Ardbert, or rather one who appropriated his identity, was a rather curious development. He is an imposter, of that there is no doubt, but to the masses he will appear as a hero returned from the grave. After the Warriors of Light were laid to rest in Yulmore, the people prayed fervently for the gods to deliver them from their plight. Prayed that these fallen heroes would be born again for their sacrifices. What bitter irony. I, for one, would like to know why Ardbert urged the people to become Warriors of Light themselves. Ere we take action, we must needs ascertain his intent. Let us pray that Master Alfino returneth soon with that most essential knowledge. For now, I think it best to apprise Thancred and Reen of our efforts. When we do confront Ardbert, we shall no doubt have need of their strength. Agreed. I think it prudent we take all measures to prepare for what's to come. Beck Lug and I will continue our research into how we might improve the spirit vessel, that it might one day carry you home. What are you thinking, Y'shtola? Then I think it time I return to the Greatwood. Until now, everything we have learned of the Ascians has been handed to us at their leisure. But that was one of Imitselk's unique failings. I have no reason to think Elidibus will be as forthcoming. Fortunately, I recently received word from Fano that heretofore unexplored chambers have been discovered deep within the Katana Rabble. Almit believes the relics within tell of a great calamity that befell an ancient civilization, that of the Ascians, perhaps. They may lead us to the truths we seek. Would you care for company? I wouldn't dream of going without you. When you are ready, make for Fano. Almet and her sisters will be expecting us. Okay. Then let us be about our tasks. Pray give my regards to the V's. Fana. I have a ton of quests here still. Welcome, allies of Ronka. We have accomplished much since you last came. With the Light Warden dead and its minions dispersed, we have at last reclaimed our hunting grounds near Raktika Falls. It was there that we discovered more ruins. Although we ran afoul of no traps while exploring its halls, we determined that the innermost chambers were warded by magic. We all were in agreement. Before any investigation could proceed, you should be summoned. We are grateful that you did. From what you have told me, I strongly suspect that the wisdom my comrades and I seek can be found within. The wisdom could prove invaluable, for we may soon face a foe whose greatest asset is our ignorance. I see. Then it is good that you have come, for Ronka was once home to the greatest of weapons, knowledge and understanding, and it is our duty to ensure you and yours do not want for either. That said, we must proceed with caution. To have reached the inner chambers unmolested suggests a more formidable deterrent yet lies within. Come now, surely any threats sleeping within the ruins pale in comparison to those we have faced thus far. This is not a game, sister. You should not be so eager to run headlong into danger. Oh? And who was it pining for the return of our allies that we might venture into the ruins, clutching her staff at night wishing it were? You promised not to tell. Then I suggest we be going. Get back here. Remind me, exactly how old are you and your sisters? On second thought, perhaps it's for the better, I do not know. Pray forgive their overzealous nature. None save we three have been privileged to escort you and yours into the ruins and bear witness to its secrets. Their hearts now burn with a curiosity that is not easily satiated. Please, you needn't apologize. As a seeker of knowledge myself, I understand full well their enthusiasm. And if not for your sedulous efforts to protect the ruins, we would not be afforded this opportunity. Speaking of which, I believe I have kept you away from the ruins long enough. Come, let us make for the Katana Ravel. Speak with Almed again. I am stuck on tree branches. That's what I get for looking away for a second to see what I had going on over there. Ooh. Hold on. Here we go. It is most strange for these halls to be left unguarded. Have care when breaking the seal on the chamber door. Danger surely awaits us on the other side. And then it's the warning that there's a series of cutscenes. Yeah.
Come. Our new discoveries are to be found this way.
That thing
People
is
of
terrifying.
Wonka are known to have venerated animals, but these features do not match those of any indigenous species. This is no common beast. Though that much is plain from its proportions.
Lifelike, is it not? One could almost imagine it breathed.
Because it did.
Why you... Ugh.
This owl, by contrast, seems no different from the others we've seen.
The sealed door lies ahead. As you see, one statue is missing. I expect we are meant to replace it as before.
The one sister that just walked off, I think, is going to grab it and set all of the events into motion.
Too simple. There will be some additional defense mechanism. Just a moment. There are words carved into the stone. He who would disturb a hero's deserved slumber shall instead Waken the beast and know his folly. Wait! Don't!
Too late.
What? But I only... What is happening? Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, it lives!
Why am I not surprised? Prepare yourselves.
Here we go. It's always something when you're with people. Speak to me your riddles. It's a giant Y'shtola card. You trespass, mortal, upon sacred ground. In retribution, 4 souls have I bound. Yet to heroes proven learned and wise, a comrade's soul shall be their prize. If you would set theirs free, see theirs set free, answer me these riddles 3. Deft of paw, with kin do I vie. Though sought apart, betterment of the whole do our efforts descry. What am I? Girl? Last 'twas the Opo, keen and shrewd, its spirit exalts ingenuity, a virtue by which the Ronkins did prosperity pursue. For this mistake, a single talisman I shall take. Shit. With fearsome fang I travel with pack. Together we find harmony, and thus for peace or land does not lack. What am I? Wolf. Like that's easy. Indeed was the spirit of the wolf their doctrines praised, that they should know peace and harmony to the end of days or something. On my belly do I crawl, by my strength does prosperity reign within our hall. What am I? Serpent? Indeed, the dread serpent turned protector. I lured to slumber ere it tear the world asunder. The riddle's answer you did discern, and thus to you a soul returns. Desire you that which I yet claim? Then we shall play another game. A test of mind and memory. Choose wisely, and you all may yet go free. Twixt these talismans hide friend and foe. Choose your companions well, or sorrow know. Okay, there's Oimet. We don't want to... Okay, there's Y'shtola. Oimet. Wait, I know for sure this one's Y'shtola. I don't want to accidentally summon an enemy. So, the two in the middle then. Easy enough. The revealed pair of talismans return Y'shtola to you. Your comrades are assembled. Together at last. Yet still there remains one trial you must pass. If you would glean the knowledge enshrined in this earth, I would first take the measure of your worth. Alright, fight me then. One worthy of she who the Ronkins extolled must be strong of mind, body, and soul. Zoom out. Finally, this is what I was expecting to find here in the ruins. Be careful, sisters.
No mercy!
Quickly, fan out before it strikes. Alright. I think we were fine how we were, but... Its sights are set on Y'shtola. Hurry, we must protect her.
This is going to leave a mark!
I mean, this isn't all that hard. Alright, so you summoned something. Victory oft begs sacrifice, but which of you would pay the price? Morrighan, hurry, we have to save her. Okay, now we see how that works. Impressive.
I will not hold back.
The sound of heat. A touch of shadow. Holy crap. It made it look like there was a safe spot right there, but there was not. You may think you have won, but we have only just begun. Animate, huh? What are you animating? Poison! Come! Gather around me! Easy enough. No. Come on. As I say, we're all gonna come back into the bubble, right? Well fought, hero. The trial is complete, the way is open. And thus concede, I concede defeat. Easy enough. I feel like there's gonna be more voice acting again.
Twould seem the magics have returned us. How polite. Now, what have we learned?
Ah, we were bound to run into a living statue eventually. And now we can open the door.
True that. I mean, that's probably what we were going to have to do anyway, Yestola.
He who would disturb a hero's deserved slumber. A tomb, just as I thought. Befitting a hero.
Which hero?
She is Vis. Could it be the Archmage Tiuna? A legendary hero of Ronka, as you surmised. The tales tell of how she smote entire armies with a single incantation, so potent was her spellcraft. Though she ever fought in the name of peace.
I thought them no more than tales. To think she really existed.
Well, I, for one, always believed.
I wonder. By the light of fallen stars, great power awakens.
Oh.
Tiuna was not only a master of spellcraft. It is said she could see truths long lost and hear the voices of men's hearts.
Sounds a lot like the power of the Echo.
Not less than the Echo.
Come on.
In which case, none of this is mere coincidence. A shower of stars setting the sky aflame. And in both this world and the Source, we find individuals within whom a mysterious power awakened at the sight. We can never unpick the why of it. Now, however, I believe we might. Does the scene depicted here not resemble the one we saw when we first ventured into the Katana Ravel? Moreover, does it not recall that which Emmett Selk invited us to witness in Amarot? The final days. If, as the Exarch's research suggests, soul and mind share a fragile yet profound bond, might it not be possible for an event to leave such a deep imprint upon the soul that it could be perceived eons later, given a suitable trigger?
Fair.
The Echo defies explanation by conventional etherological theory, or shall we say modern etherological theory. But if it is a power that once belonged to the ancients, to souls yet undivided, it would seem I have entered the realm of pure speculation, and I call myself a scholar. I shall refrain from making any further wild claims until such time as I have evidence. Still, I cannot choose but be reminded of our experience in Amarot.
Then you must recall Emmett Selk's dying request. Remember us.
Remember us.
History is learned, not lived. We have always protected the tales of Ronka, just as we have protected this place. But we are mindful of what our mothers taught us.
Which is what?
We see the past through our own eyes, and speak of it with our own words. Thus do we come to understand it in our own way. But this is not the same as remembering.
Your mothers were wise. Though we witnessed the final days, our impressions could not fail to be colored by our own experiences and expectations. Those who lived through it would have perceived the event quite differently. We must bear in mind that it is no simple matter to keep the truth alive, or it will die with Emmett Selk and his kin. But we have disturbed Tuna long enough. Fana will serve similarly well as a venue for our contemplations.
True that. Let us return then. By your pensive expression, I take it the tomb has given you much to think about. That is well. In time the knowledge you have gleaned will lead to understanding, and thus arm you for what is to come. Before you leave, however, I would speak again of the teachings of our forebears, of histories learned, not lived. The legend of Tiuna and her exploits has been told countless times over the centuries. Yet as it is handed from one generation to the next, the story changes. With each telling of the tale there are new flourishes. Details changed or lost. We can never truly know how she lived, for we were not there to see it. But we are here now to bear witness to your life. We have seen the change you have wrought, the echoes that will endure long after you are gone. And though it too will change in time, I swear to you, we shall do our best to preserve your story. I appreciate that. I hope you'll forgive me if I don't make an oath of my own, but I think it goes without saying we could never misspeak of your heroism. Perish the thought. So long as we are here, there are none among the V's who will not know of all you have done for Norvrand. We are not deserving of such reverence, but we are grateful all the same. You can be certain we will have our own tales to tell of the great guardians of Raktika and the ruins of Ronka. I pray you safe travels then. As ever, we shall await your return with open arms. Although we learned naught of the Ascians, the insight we gained into the Echo made our trip worthwhile. Before we return to the Crystarium, however, there is a small matter I would attend to in Slitherbow. Might I trouble you to come with me? Thank you. After we arrive, we shall have a brief word with Runar. Goodbye. To Slitherbow. Morrighan, it is good to see you. You've arrived at a most opportune time. I was preparing a pot of my famous stew. Come, I will ready a place for you. I'm sorry, Runar, but we haven't the... Please, I insist. It will only take a minute. My apologies, Morrighan. It seems our return to the Crystarium will be delayed. But perhaps only for a bit, if you assist me with my work. I say work, but it is rather more a chore. I must clean my chambers here in Slitherbow from top to bottom. If you would be so kind as to go and fetch a broom for my gear, we might finish before Runar is done cooking. Alright. A broom? For Master Matoya? I cannot imagine why she would have need of such a thing, but here you are. It is old but sturdy and sure to suffice. Take the well-worn broom to Stoll. I can going like this. I trust Asgia was able to find a broom for us. He was. It's a battered broom. Well worn. Good. This would prove difficult otherwise, though I must say I think I did rather well for not having a broom thus far. There. Yes, well, you weren't buried beneath a veritable avalanche of books when you entered, were you? Right. Anyway, it is time I finished cleaning with the help of that broom. She does the Master Matoya thing and makes it a living broom. You didn't honestly think I'd do it the old-fashioned way. That broom is more than capable of sweeping by itself. Or rather, it will be. Time to rise, to swish and sweep. A tidy chamber you must keep. To this task you shall be bound, until no dust is to be found. Fair. In this one particular respect, I've no objections to following in Master Matoya's footsteps. In future, I may need you to remind me the pursuit of knowledge does not preclude other equally important duties, such as maintaining clean quarters for said pursuit. Buddy, don't listen. I will dearly miss this place, these people. I know, Runar. I know. Master Matoya, pardon the interruption, but the stew is ready. Let us be on our way. Is something troubling you? You've been rather quiet. No, everything is fine, I assure you. It has been a long day, is all. I see. Y'shtola, thank goodness you're still here. That was the wrong voice. Alfino, I thought you were following Ardbert. I was, though I'm sad to say I lost track of him shortly after entering these woods. He seems determined to traverse every ilm of Norvrot in his quest to spread the truth of the Warriors of Light in the Flood. And it seems news of your address at the Crystarium precedes him at every destination, making his task all the more simple. It remains to be seen to what end he encourages the people to become Warriors of Light themselves. But there is no denying that his words have struck a chord with many. Well, we're all agreed that this is just another Asian ploy, yes? They've commandeered corpses before and to no good end. I see no reason to think this time is any different, especially when it's that of a fallen Warrior of Light. I doubt we'll learn more if we remain a step behind. His next destination is, in all likelihood, Slitherbound. Alize, are you certain you should be here? If you're concerned about Ulrich and the others, you needn't be. Their treatment is going well, but progress is slow and exhausting for all of us. The best thing I can do now is to let them rest. So I believe we were about to discuss how to arrange a meeting with our would-be Warrior of Light. Before visiting any towns or villages, Ardbert would hunt down and slay a nearby Sin Eater to earn the locals' trust. Our best chance of getting ahead of him is to find one before he does. Thankfully, Thancred and Reen are returned from the Empty and have taken up the search. Ren believeth one may lurk beneath the boughs of Woven Oath. Then that is where we will start our search. Master Matoya. A warm bowl of stew will be awaiting your return. I look forward to it. Quite a ways away for us to fly. It's a good thing we have flying. Way to go, Thancred and Reen.
If you were hoping to vent your frustrations on our Issa friend here, I can only apologize.
Few as they are now, it took us no time at all to track it down.
That suits our purpose perfectly. Now we need only wait for Ardbert to arrive.
Weren't you two meant to be attending to the Empty?
We were, and are, but we can hardly ignore the rest of the world. So we thought we might see how things were coming along. From what we can gather, the answer is strangely.
Indeed.
Right now, we think we can do more good here.
It is heartening to have all present.
Indeed. We will be glad of the additional hands should matters escalate.
Our quarry has come.
It seems I've lost this particular race. Although I suppose it's only fair. When we first met, it was I who outpaced you. Ravana, was it?
That's true. Try to lead credence to everything, but I know it's not you, man. You're a liar.
But where are my manners? I wouldn't be here were it not for you, and I have yet to say a word of thanks.
Do you wish Seto were here?
Poor fellow. He will be sorely missed.
Liar! Seto's still around, you piece of shit. I thought you were supposed to be good at this.
Very well. Let us forego this pretense. After all, it was never you that I needed to deceive. Yes, it is I, Elizabeth. Through your time in Emet-Selk's imitation of our home, I dare say you have gained a better understanding of my role since last we met. Not that it matters.
Welcome in, Bridget. I asked him if he wished Seto were here.
We understand your role, emissary, but not your goal. What is it that you seek to achieve?
I seek to enact the will of the Convocation, of course. If it helps you to think of me as but another Ascian, no different in nature or purpose from the rest, you are welcome to do so.
Once, I would have said your goal was destruction alone. Now I understand that you fight for something you love, just as we do. Yet though we seem doomed to clash, I bid you consider Emet-Selk's final words. Remember that we once lived, he said. Had he not seen some glimmer of hope in our kind, I do not believe he would have spoken thus.
I actually, Alphino, feel like remember that we once lived. I think that was more in reference to when we combined with Ardbert. This is also just entirely my own thoughts. He saw us as a Zim for a second, and he wants us to remember that. Like, he wants us to remember ourselves as a Zim. Thank you, Alexa Gray, for the follow. I appreciate it.
None better understood your plight than he. His words must surely be worthy of your consideration.
Because when we merged with Ardbert, he gets that flash of us and we look like one of the ancients, like robed, standing up. And he's like, no, it can't be. And then Hythlodaeus is like, I wonder if he recognizes the her in the two of you. Back when we're talking with our new old friend.
Emet-Selk. How very unlike you to err so gravely. That one should stray at the end of so onerous a path is understandable. But I had thought you above such weakness. Mayhap you thought the same. Would that I had been present to offer correction. But I shall do so now, as is my duty, and return all to its proper course. As for you, look at yourselves. Look at your history. Look back 100 short years to how your greatest warriors were undone. And now, at but a word from me, you raise your hands in answer like the puppets you are. Naught has changed. You fail, and you fail, and you learn nothing. Allow that which is most important to slip through your fumbling fingers like so many grains of sand, again and again and again, and you would remember us. You do forget yourselves. There is no common ground to be found between you and I, nor do I require any. I have my duty.
Wait!
Very angry.
Well, we have confirmed the identity of our foe at least. And 'tis safe to say his objective is the rejoining.
Yeah, he kind of did at least mention that.
But we still have no idea how playing the part of a warrior of light will further his cause, nor why he would spur others to do the same.
Another visit to the Tempest may shed some light upon these mysteries. Whether we are to exchange words or blows with Elidibus at our next meeting, the fact remains, we know too little. Ere our paths cross again, I would learn more of the world that once was, and of Elidibus himself. In this, we would be best served going directly to his home, much as Emmett Selk came to ours.
Though I see the wisdom in thy suggestion, the Amarot we visited is but a phantom born of Emmett Selk's memory. I fear it will teach us little that we do not already know.
I quite agree. Yet the ruins of the actual city remain unexplored. Given the vastness of the Tempest, I should not be surprised were there more such structures like to those in which the Ondo reside.
If there's aught to be learned, I want to know, or for want of a better option. Listen, as long as you don't make me do any more chores, Y'shtola.
Keep that up and I'll send you to bed without supper.
Don't do that. We're getting sassy with
Assuming we are all in agreement, then I suggest we first pay a visit to the Ondo. If anyone can tell us where more ruins are to be found, it is them.
I also like how the music entirely stopped. We called her mom and she said, "None of that cheek or I'll have to take you across my knee," and I was like, "Yes, please." And now, that might become our game. Alfino has the right of it. Let us pay a visit to the Ondo. We should speak with Talstoth first. As chieftain, he is doubtless privy to a great many secrets. So the Ondo comes. Not friends list. Why would I go to the friends list to teleport someone? That makes no sense. We have a lot of quests here still, too. Polshasoth. I have sent for no finless ones. Perhaps you instead come seeking something of us. Indeed, I do. Ruins which your kind have yet to explore. I see. I know of one such place. Alas, under these circumstances, I am afraid we can spare none to guide you there. And what circumstances are these? Rather than hunt for their own meals, the Benthos have pillaged our stores of Mineri liver. They must be replenished with haste. The Benthos, a particularly violent tribe of Ondo, if I recall. A band of bottom feeders. We all lost much in the flood, but while others work to rebuild, they resort to thievery and murder. Revenge, they call it, when they prey upon your kind, but do not be fooled. They care not who they are. Would that we had the warriors to challenge them. This is not the first time they have stolen from us, but there is no resource more precious than liver. All must dedicate themselves to the hunt. Unless, of course, we were to reclaim the liver for you. It seems a fitting payment for vital information, does it not? Moreover, one could argue that by employing Bismarck to reach these depths, Thereby driving back the waters, we are in part responsible for the deeds of those driven to desperate ends by the changing climes. We certainly can't leave them like this. One good turn and all that. Could we not simply hunt the Miniri ourselves? We might, but that wouldn't discourage the Benthos from stealing from the Ondo again now, would it? Reclaiming the stores it is, then. We would be grateful beyond words if you did. The Benthos have surely taken the livers back to the Flounders floor. But be warned, there will be no shortage of guards waiting to spear intruders. Then we will have care not to draw their attention, shall we? We shall. We shall. Hello, Alexa Gray. Thank you for stopping by. How far this way do we have to fly? Okay, it's like way out. Oh, I bet you it's not that it's way out here. It's in this cave over here. No, it might just look like that because I have a bunch of bookshelves. Fair question, though, actually. I'm just in the office. There we go. Sorted vegetables. Liver is not a vegetable. That's fair. Did we fly right over one that was back here? So far it's been going pretty well. You would. Hasn't been too crazy today, so, you know, nothing to complain about for sure. Alright, Thancred, what'd you find in the bristly bag? Thrusting your hand into each sack in turn, you find that all are filled with wheat down to the bottom. Also find that raw wheat is unpleasantly pointy. True that, true that. If I remember right from when I ran this before, I don't think it's the clammy class. Clammy cask. But we'll check it. It's been like Final Fantasy month, honestly. Faint aroma of fresh oranges. I feel like the one we're looking for has like a, not a funny like haha name, but like a funny name in like decidedly moist bag. Maybe it's just the bulbous bag. There we go. From the squelching noise they make when prodded in the vile stench, you conclude that these bags are bursting with livers. Brilliant. Besides this one, lately it's been a lot of team fight tactics, which is like the League of Legends auto battler, chess auto battler. I usually play that with a buddy of mine. But Metal Gear comes up a lot too. Are those them? Perhaps you've deduced this already, but it seems the Benthos have been raiding Calusian storehouses as well as those of the Ondo. Oranges, pumpkins, wheat. But we can discuss this after we see the livers safely back to Tolshus off. It wouldn't do to keep him in suspense. Alright. I try. But honestly, I more often than not end up coming back to Final Fantasy for something. I think we can actually just teleport back to the Ondo Cups. Where are we? Yeah. It's worth the 100 gil. I'm only sitting on almost 1.5 million. So we can pay for a little bit of gold or a little bit of teleports. I am relieved to see you unspeared. That they do. Our precious livers, I knew you would not fail. We also found all manner of foodstuffs from Calusia in the Flounder's floor. Tell me, Tolstoff, does that seem odd to you? It is brazen, to be sure. I'm reminded of rumors I've heard recently concerning a rash of thefts from Calusian warehouses. The perpetrators enter in the dead of night and are gone before anyone has realized what has happened. The Ulmoran army has been investigating, but thus far to no avail. Perhaps the reasons they have struggled so is that their quarry is of the sea. That would make it kind of hard if, like, your warehouses are getting stolen from, but the person isn't on land. Alphino, I think you're going to be a top-notch investigator. The true question, then, is what we mean to do about it. Much as I would like to proceed to the ruins without further delay, we cannot allow the Benthos to carry on as they are. If I may, I believe that the ruins are, in fact, key to the Benthos' plans. I play some D&D on occasion, but that's few and far between because they take so long to get a group together, and then making sure everybody's schedules line up to play still. And used to I would throw Yu-Gi-Oh in there, but I haven't played a game of Yu-Gi-Oh in probably about 2 years. These ruins, which lie deep within the illuminated land, are a recent discovery. We have seen signs that the Benthos are preparing to claim them with all haste. We could not fathom why, but in light of thy knowledge that they have been stockpiling resources... The Clutch Mother. It is clear that their queen will soon give birth. They require space to raise their young, and food for both queen and hatchlings to thrive. Well, we can hardly fault them for that. Under normal circumstances, perhaps, but conditions in the Tempest are far from suitable for spawning. Its resources barely able to sustain our current population. There is only one reason they would disregard this. They seek to build an army, and with it take revenge upon the Finless. It is not a surprise. They came to us not long ago seeking allies for the cause. We rebuffed them, of course. The suffering of others will not serve as balm to their own. Their queen, however, desires only bloodshed, and will gladly send her children to die in our stead. Honestly, I don't know. I'm playing right now on a laptop that I got off of Amazon about a year ago. And it had a lot of good reviews, so I was like, yeah, sure, we'll spend some money on that. If they are planning to wage war, that changes matters considerably. Indeed. I doubt that this can be resolved without violence, but perhaps with a show of force we can convince them to see reason before the die is cast. I would rather not risk your people in an attempt. If we travel to the illuminated land, is there a way we might identify the ruins ourselves? Yes, once you reach its depths, go deeper still. You will see a monstrous structure there upon the seafloor. That you have come to us now is the will of the Ancient Ones. They have guided you here that you may drive out the usurpers, those who seek to use their magnificent creations with vile purpose. I have no doubt that they will show you the way forward. Well, thanks. It's been probably about a year and a half ago that I got affiliate on Twitch. Because I think it was like middle of summer last year. I'm afraid that the dead do not speak quite so clearly. Nevertheless, we shall try not to disappoint. If what we seek lieth deeper still beyond Amarant, I would call upon the assistance of another. Oh, you're talking about Bismarck, aren't you? Yeah, we'll go with the accessories. I have not done those yet. Just the ones that Twitch, Twitch helps you make. Though our course hath been decided, to pursue it we must needs beseech the aid of a friend. I speak of Bismarck. Pray follow me to Solon, that we might seek an audience with him once more. I'm pretty sure this is when Urianger walks on water. I think. No, because I'm actually not looking to have custom emotes done yet. And honestly, if you're here to just try and sell me your stuff, don't. Because it's very frustrating. Especially when I had it in my rules for chat to not do that. Is this on the pier over here in Solon? No, it's farther past the pier. Yep, have a good one. Thanks for hanging out while you did. Oh, is that person waiting on that? I feel bad if they are. It took me like... Actually, it didn't take that long for that one to pop. But normally I like to wait for about 5 minutes before I just run it as a trust. And I ended up waiting, I think 7 or 8 minutes to run that one yesterday. Because each time as it was getting close, and I was like, alright, 5 minutes and no one... It hasn't popped yet. I noticed that there was a DPS, and I was like, alright, we'll hold out for another minute. And then the other minute passed, and there was 2 DPS, and I was like, we just need a healer. Someone running a leveling roulette. And then we got it. But lately, queues have been horrible to get into some of this later game content. And this isn't even like late game, this is last expansion. From here, we press onward to the Isle of Kin. I myself shall proceed on foot. You've perfected your technique, then? Just so. The water will be as glass beneath my feet, and provideth purchase, fragile yet true. Watch closely. Oh, I certainly shall. Forgive me, but would it not be easier for you to perfect your swimming technique? Aye, 'twould be a pity if you drowned, truly. Oh, hush, I'm sure it'll be brilliant. Didn't mean to drop that cough drop. And look at that. He does it. He's done it! Incredible! That's a long walk, Urianger. Oh no, not the headache! And I believe that's the first sign of a much larger problem. For the love of... Mine apologies. The technique requireth the purest of focus, and mine was lacking. I have not had the drinks yet with Urianger and Thancred. I think that's next patch. To perfect this magic, I went so far as to deal with the Froth, and with their aid, mine efforts finally met with success, albeit on a single occasion. I know not why I cannot repeat it. I thought I saw you waver a bit toward the end there. Perhaps you're simply... tired? Thancred! It's nothing to worry about. Only a dizzy spell, though it may not be wise to go for another swim just now. Thankfully, we have an alternative. A wonderful little invention, I'm certain you'll agree. A fucking boat! Is you know what she wants to say. Is what you know she wants to say. Since she just looked at it with blind eyes. I will petition Bismarck's aid on our behalf. Let us pray my diplomacy proveth more effective than mine experimental magics. You speak with the voice of the king, little neighbors. I will not deny you. As before, if you seek what sleeps beneath the sea, I will be your God. Thy kindness... I don't know where that voice came from. Thy kindness is as boundless as the depths, serene. Before we depart, however, I would ask a favor. After our last flight, I found many creatures clinging to me. I am itchy. Remove them, and I will take you below. With all haste shall it be done. So, did he agree? Aye, though I agreed to a favor in kind. Regrettably, 'tis not one I possess the power to grant. Bismarck hath asked to cleanse his underbelly of barnacles. Those things make me uncomfortable. Alas, one must needs dive beneath the surface to do so. Even if I could master the power to walk upon it, it would avail me not. Oh, for heaven's sake, is that all? Morrighan and I are more than capable of that. With the Kojin's blessing, we'll have it done within moments. And better that than standing here and listening to this nonsense. I'll take the right, you left. You the left. Now go. She's agitated. I am in your debt. Yeah, you are. Pew! Oh, come on. Can I really not just jump into the water from there? Yeah, it's a little frustrating, not gonna lie. We were like a foot above the water. Alright. Yep. I hate these. I hate barnacles. They make me very uncomfortable. I think it's the whole, like, trypophobia thing. But they also just, they look gross, and it's like, huh. Gives me the bad tingles. Alright. Thine efforts are most certainly sincerely appreciated. I shall inform Bismarck that we may depart without further delay. Much, much better. Thank you, little neighbors. I remember a long time ago, another did this favor for me. After the flood, when I chose this spot for my slumber, he came and made a home on my back. Kin was his name. When I grew itchy, I stirred, but he was not afraid. No. He asked me what was wrong. I told him of the creatures clinging to my belly, and he dove into the water. He helped me. He was my friend. He told me he wished to live in peace, away from his people and their wars. This I understood. I treasured our time together, brief though it was, brief though it always is. But I remember him, and how we laughed when we flew. I remember when he slept. I too slept that day, and many days since. But the light fades and the darkness returns. Kin sleeps, but in memory he laughs, and together we fly, and I am here, I am awake. It feels good to speak and to be heard again, a shame others cannot understand me. If thou art willing to learn, I would gladly teach thee the language of man. Thank you, little friend, but it is time I grant you your request. But first, I will... Damn it, the button got stuck. So this island was named for a man. How easily the past is forgotten. He passed not even 100 years ago. Yet the truth has slipped from history like so many grains of sand. Might I have some explanation of what he just said, or shall we all stand about making vague and mysterious allusions? While he maketh ready to deliver us unto our destination, Bismarck bade us wait for him on the shore of Calusia. That's all. I feel as though there was more to it. Indeed there was, but it hath no bearing on the task at hand. I should be glad to share the rest with you anon. Fine, later then. If Bismarck requires time to prepare, might I suggest a short respite, for Urianger and Thancred in particular? I require no such thing. I am the picture of perfect health. Mine was but a momentary lapse in concentration. Worry not on my account. You mustn't push yourselves so. Please rest. For me. Oh, all right, if you insist. Maybe this Bridget is when they have the drinks. You too, Morrighan. You've been running yourself ragged. Yes, ma'am. Finally. Someone tells me to rest and means it. In that case, I leave the old men in your care. The rest of us will meet you at the Split Hull anon. Oh, word of advice, never let it show. When she realizes she's struck a nerve, she remembers. By the gods, she remembers. In any case, if we must be made to rest, I know a place in Sullen that's better for it than most. Come with me. Is it just going to take us there, or do we have to fly? Alright, it'll just take us there. May as well have a seat. We wouldn't want our elderly knees to give out. To hear her speak, you'd think I'm on my deathbed. By the 12, I wish that girl wouldn't worry so much. Thy countenance belies thy words, Master Thancred. I'm sure I don't know what you mean. Let the record show that I am here under protest. Though I can't say I mind the view. And if the abundance of anglers is any indication, even an amateur might land an impressive catch. Shall we try our hands at it? Help! Someone! Quickly! It's Nightshade! We was attacked on the road from the Crystarium. Barely escaped with my life. I suppose we might have predicted this. May the better gunbreaker win. The answer is me. I'm the better gunbreaker. You mean you'll help? For free? Thank you. If I recall correctly, Nightshade is a local band of outlaws. I doubt they'll trouble us over much. No more than they already have by interrupting our relaxation at any rate. Alright, it's not that far that we have to go. But it is still a little ways. Also, that wasn't much of a drink. Gallant guardsmen and Thaler. These two have matters well in hand by the looks of it. It's because they do. We just wanted to be warriors of light. I'll not forget this kindness. May we meet again. Is that you, my lady? Don't tell me we just deprived that poor fellow the honor of being rescued by the Warrior of Darkness. We had no idea you were in the area. Fancy us meeting again so soon, eh? So soon, eh? Why, I believe I even recognize your companion. Ah, yes, from the infirmary. You had a message for the Crystal Exarch, did you not? It's good to see you back on your feet, and on patrol, no less. Oh, it's nothing official as that. Strictly speaking, we're off duty. But as we had a free moment, we thought we'd give a few of the less traveled roads a look. A god doesn't have enough hands to patrol them regularly, you see. That's admirable. There are few so devoted to their duty, in Lakeland or beyond. Well, we've been talking about it for a while, and neither of us is satisfied with just seeing out our service. It feels like we could be doing more, like we should be doing more. It's all about having the will to help your fellow man, and the resolve to see it through. I remember you, the excitable one. Sorry, milady, I got a bit overexcited the other day. Couldn't get my words out. The name's Vonard, milady. I'm with the guard. But I don't just want to protect Lakeland, I want to protect the lot. Just like the Warriors of Light. Sadly, our duties prevent us from venturing too far from our own little corner of Norvrond. What we'd really like to do is travel, to better ourselves, and go where the need is greatest. Everyone has to start somewhere, don't they? For now, if we can stop Nightshade from robbing the odd fisherman, then that's what we'll do. Well, well. Future heroes are the first, do you think? They want not for spirit. 'Tis but a pity they draw inspiration from so clouded a wellspring. Yet it availeth us not to fret in idleness. We must needs press on if we are to bring Elidibus's schemes to light. We're almost to the next dungeon, like it's literally this next quest. Though our respite was cut short, I dare say we are all eager to avail ourselves of such knowledge as the runes may hold. Aye, and I doubt further a contemplation of Elidibus's machinations will be conducive to relaxation. We may as well make for the split hole now. Alright, so let's go to, I think right is the closest teleport. Then we'll probably take a short break while I queue up for the dungeon and hope it doesn't insta-pop like Hades did, so that I can run to the bathroom. So let's see. All are present. Now we need but await Bismarck's coming. "'Tis time. Pray make ready." Do 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 do. Anamnesis Anhydra. Now accessible. There we go. Okay. With that, we will be right back. We have about a minute left on the queue before I just run it with a trust. All right, Bridget, have a good rest of the day. Thanks for hanging out while you could. I do appreciate it. I have a feeling this is going to be one we end up running as a trust, because as I was saying earlier, queues have not been great for really, like, anything from Stormblood on. Queues have been rough. Alright, set that down. 20 seconds. I'm hopeful, but I don't think it's gonna happen. Cool. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh. It's a shame, really. Nope, let's pop our food. Party of NPCs.
Our fates are not yet sealed.
He is my healer now.
Let's give it our all.
We've taken Alisei the last couple times. We're gonna take Reen. Or I mean, we've taken Alisei the last few times. We're gonna take Stola this time. That, and I feel like Stola would be very angry if we didn't. There he is, with his bubble. that gives us air. This dungeon isn't even that bad. It's got some rough parts, but like overall, it's nothing. This first part is a little because you have to wait to the depths. These are poor neighbors. You know what? I'm gonna take the full hit right there. Yeah, that wasn't that bad. Alright, we're going to this one then. Okay. Okay. Oh wait, where did this last one come from?
I'll show you.
Maybe this part isn't as bad as I thought with, Trust. Because they're all, like, coming in waves. And, like, it's like a constant wave. Whereas with, like, when you run it with a party, like, there's some parts where you're just kind of like standing around waiting for stuff to show up. I probably could have stunned that, but I didn't. The time has come to part with these interlopers. The walls fall. We must flee. The force of it was nigh overwhelming. We were fortunate, but what is all of this? Alright, I see, Rin, that we are attacking this one instead. Which means I feel like I just wasted my whole burst phase on that other guy. Here, Rin, let me turn this one around for you.
I'll show you.
All that I have and more I bring to bear.
Okay. More ads? Yep, here it comes. Tiresome creatures. I take it back, this part sucks still. Yep. Tornado of the 7th Dawn, Blizzard 4 of the 7th Dawn, Fire 4 of the 7th Dawn, Water 4 of the 7th Dawn. I'm reading Y'shtola's attack abilities. What do we got now?
Thunder and sea.
There, now he's pushed the water out here. Your wish is granted. Go, little one. Unknown. He's ugly. He's a monster in Final Fantasy VII. Oh, he has a bunch of eyes. I had never noticed those before. Whew. I don't like that.
This is going to leave a mark.
Oh, I should have mitigated that. But I didn't.
I will not hold back.
I moved into that. I couldn't tell which one was doing it until it was too late. Come on. Alright, now we just gotta repeat that all over again with this one.
Our time has not yet come. I shall protect you.
Good job. You all would attack. Can we... I didn't get that mitigation off in time, which is unfortunate. Hey, we're level 81 now. Let's get the treasure chest real quick. Battle dance materia is what that had. Okay. Okay. Initari squib. Let me tag you again, because we're moving.
I will not hold back.
We're gonna do fine on this pull. I believe. Although it does be getting a little spicy. Here we go. There we go. It actually wasn't nearly as stressful as I thought it was. We did just fine. We're not gonna do like a triple pull here. We'll get these aggros real quick. We'll at least go to this next group. Come on. Oh, there we go. Sorry. Had an itch on my shin that I had to take care of.
All that I have and more
I bring to bear. The demon demands your head. You know what? Run with me. We're gonna go pick up this next group. This next group might have been a little bigger than I thought. I'm coming back, Arianje!
Now I've got you.
I keep seeing Y'shtola back there, and I think she's something I'm supposed to interact with because she's got the purple, like, mist coming off of her attacks. Alright, who's Rin working on? Okay. Now that I can see. I think this next boss is fun. This next boss has probably been one of the bosses that causes the most troubles whenever I've ran this dungeon, but I think it's fun. Visions of Eld, attend to us now! I think we have passed the point of theory. I don't know what she was saying that in response to.
Here we go.
Well done, Green. Well done. Terrible hammer. So you don't stand on a hammer. Then he does terrible blade. So it becomes don't stand on that. But hammer goes off first. And you move out of the blade. There you go. And that's the mechanic that seems to cause the most problems. Don't be in front of it. And I mean, really, look at how much he's melting right there. Hammer's up first, so middle should be fine. What? Oh, I needed to go corner. I'm dumb. I think I needed to go corner. Either that or I just mistimed my movement. And honestly, both of those are viable options.
This is going to leave a mark.
Eye of the Cyclone. There we go. Come on. There we go. Alright. Rin is attacking this one, I see.
Away with you.
Now when we get over here, which one are we going after first, team? Yeah, that would have been bad if we actually had pulled all the way over there. I accept that. But we can now bring these guys over here at least, because none of these ones are channeling into a summon. We will AoE until at least one of them is down. And then we will see where she goes. She goes here. Just to try and figure out what order we're going to kill him in to make him die faster. That was not what I intended to do. But it was how my brain thought to solve that issue of being capped on my abilities. All right. Come on, team. Come on. All right. Hell yeah. Let me make sure I get the aggro of this guy. Yeah, I have it pretty well, actually.
I'll show you.
I wonder if it matters what order we kill those things in? Like, what ends up being summoned? I don't know. The Clutch Mother. Merciless Matriarch, Rakshas Deem. do 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 do. Ow. Okay, where's everyone going? Green, if you wanted to use the limit break, you could.
This is going to leave a mark.
Alright, what's the plan here? Oh, I moved too soon. I guess I should have seen that, honestly. I just saw the hands start doing their thing and was like, alright, that means I can build move. I almost took Green out with that, though. If that tank buster had been an AoE, she would have been in trouble. Before we go, then we gotta see where. There goes.
This is going to leave a mark.
Alright, where are you putting this?
I will not hold back.
Well, that's good, Stola. We wouldn't want you to. Alright, we're down to the last 18% though, finally. It's almost there. Rin, LB. Fine, if you guys won't, I will. Because someone needed to use it. I'll use it as tank. Oh, I think technically we just beat up a pregnant lady. I don't know how I feel about that. Alright. O's of Scouting. Okay.
This structure must have served an important function. And here are yet more crystals.
I too noted the crystal repository on the way. The Benthos seem to employ them in their spellcasting.
In such vessels did the ancients preserve concepts, ideal forms to be drawn upon in the act of creation. That so great an abundance should reside here lendeth credence to Ishtola's conclusion. This facility held great significance.
Thank you all for joining us at Anidar in these most perilous of times. By the summoning of Zodiark have we been granted a reprieve, yet immutable as the laws he has woven may seem, they will not serve to forestall our doom. Nay, should we continue down this path, our fate will be the same. I said as much to the convocation, of course, but the stubborn fools turned a deaf ear to my warnings. I had hoped that the defector at least would side with us, but I regret to report our overtures have gone unanswered. Whither tend your thoughts, Vana? Where you lead, we will follow. The defector, if I remember right, was us. Was a Zim. I shall not speak ill of the convocation. They too seek only to secure the future of our star. Yet it is plain they will not countenance a permanent solution. That being the case, we must ask ourselves a simple question. Are we prepared to pursue our chosen course, even should it mean suffering the eternal condemnation of our brethren? If so, I see no further reason to demur. Let us bring forth the light that shall ever after keep the darkness in check.
So, it was they who first summoned Hydaelyn.
Yeah, including Vana.
Their discussion did seem to imply as much, yes. I cannot say I have ever heard of this Vana before.
For a certainty, Emet-Selch never uttered the name, speak though he did of the schism which Zodiark's advent wrought upon mankind. Some were of the viewpoint that his power must needs be restrained, and to that end did they call forth she who would serve as his shackles. We now know that it was this Vana to whom they looked for leadership.
And that this place, in all likelihood, served as their headquarters. The presence of such intimate records attests to that. I would hear what else they have to tell us. All of it. Did anyone see the source of the image?
'Twas I.
The device there? Then let us see what other secrets it holds.
Vina, please. Why must it be you? If I may speak plainly, I would sooner it were another. Any other. You are our leader. None can take your place. You know as well as I that but few support our cause. Far fewer than they who place their faith in Zodiac. If Heidelin is to stand a chance of opposing him, I am the only one who might suffice as her heart. Rest assured, however, I shall not vanish from this world. Before my take shall ever remain my choice. Then I will press you no more. Only know this, you will be sorely missed. I wonder, is this how the Convocation felt about Elidibus?
What? Forgive me, but did that not strongly imply that Elidibus sacrificed himself to become Zodiac's heart?
That is exactly what that implied.
7 hells. Then who or what are we dealing with?
Bum, 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 bum. The device appears to activate via a form of ethereal attunement, not unlike an aetherite. Beyond that, I can say little for certain, save that we should take this opportunity to see what other records it contains. No response. Confound it. If I may, my lady, the panel did formerly emit a soft yet perceptible glow. That it doth so no longer may betoken the depletion of some essential energy within. Given how long it has lain dormant, I think it fortunate it functioned at all. That may be, but if we can't get it to work again, we'll be leaving with more questions than we've answered. The white-robed emissary hath ever named himself Elidibus, yet if the shade spoke true, Elidibus ceased to be ere even the sundering came to pass. This calleth to mind a truth that Imitselk did once reveal in passing, that the names by which we know our foes are not those given to Asians at birth, rather they are titles of office, afforded to individuals of merit at such time as the role becometh vacant. Perchance the Elidibus at Zodiac's heart and the emissary with whom we are acquainted be not one and the same, but predecessor and successor. It's possible. If the previous Elidibus perished before the final days, the one we know could still be a survivor of the Sundering. And yet, something in that explanation rings false. I will remain for a time. I would not abandon my attempts to revive the device so soon. There is more to learn here, I can feel it. In matters of etherology, I know of none as capable as thee. If there existeth a means to learn more, thou wilt surely find it. Whilst thou art thus engaged, we shall attend to matters on the surface. Okay. You may now enter Anamnesis Anida with... Okay, this is the trust stuff. Can we but uncover Elidibus's true origins, we may yet come to understand his design. To that end, Y'shtola must needs be afforded as much time as she doth require to complete her investigation. To the extent that such things are within our control, yes. Speaking of which, perhaps we might trouble the Exarch for news of his progress with the spirit vessel. He will no doubt wish to hear of our own discoveries as well, such as they are. Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, bum, ba-dum. This feels like a cutscene. Like, obviously cutscene, like voice acted, I mean.
Dare I ask what's going on?
Yep.
Ah, excellent timing. For me, in any case. We have a problem.
Whoa!
The vast majority of those gathered here are presently in the employ of the Guard or else one of the facets, and no longer wish to be so. In principle, all are free to change vocation at any time, but a city does require a certain number of people in these positions if it is to continue to function. For the moment, I have asked them to postpone their resignation until such time as replacements can be found. As you may have surmised, we have the Warrior of Light to thank for this.
That was his plan all along!
It's you! The Warrior of Darkness! You understand, don't you? Someone's going to have to look after this place once you're gone. We just want to be ready to do our bit when the time comes.
And not only here, but everywhere. Which is why we've got to get out there and lend a hand to those in need. That's what you did, isn't it? Even if it was just little things at the start. You helped people.
Yeah, I did.
And we're trying to do the same. We may have our sky back, but there's no shortage of people who still need help. If we follow in your footsteps, then I choose to believe we too can be heroes one day. Even warriors of light.
What are we to say to that? We can hardly tell them they are mistaken. They seek but to do good, as you have.
But no more can we stand idly by and suffer a paragon's scheme to proceed unchallenged.
What is this? And why do those clouds look really freaking good, actually?
What's happening to the sky?
You would.
What the?
Wicked White. Oh no.
By the 12.
A star shower.
I hear a voice.
You and all? And why does it feel like it's inside my head? Hear? Feel? Think?
I hear it.
Me too.
Did I not tell you, my friends? You are warriors of light! You're back!
And just like that, it's back to normal.
What you hear is the voice of light itself, and it has blessed you with its power. Welcome to the fold!
I'm a warrior of light. I've been chosen?
Can it be?
Me, a hero?
Wait! The falling stars, were they your doing? And why do you need warriors of light?
What, am I to reveal my plans simply because you asked?
Yes.
Nay, I think not. Though the stars, I acknowledge mine. A convenient illusion apt to awaken what little is left of the power that once resided in your sundered souls.
Is he implying that everybody has the echo?
That which you and yours call the echo. And an echo it is, of a symphony, but a fraction of what men in their completeness once possessed. Even those among you who tower over others in the gift have only the faintest trace of it. But though sundered and forgotten through death and mocking rebirth, it has persisted. A whisper of our past, burned into your very ether, along with the sight of our end. Through the rekindling of memory, I have awoken the ability, just as Hydaelyn is wont to do when she has need of new minions.
The Echo hath ever been thought a gift from Hydaelyn, a boon granted solely to her chosen. Yet thou wouldst claim she merely awakeneth the power that men should hearken unto? Her voice. Given the perceived simultaneity of her call and the awakening of her chosen's capacity to hear it, it is only natural that we thus attributed the source of the gift. Yet if, in truth, the echo is a prerequisite for hearing her voice, one might surmise that her call never ceaseth, such that all who awaken to their innate gift might receive of the blessing of light at the self-same instant. In sooth, we bore witness to this but moments ago. At the sight of the star shower, full many in the crowd did speak of hearing a voice in their minds, did they not?
They did.
Just so. And whenever Hydaelyn has need of new servants, She is quick to pluck comets from the heavens or create illusions of the same.
Why then didst thou conjure this vision, full knowing that thine age-old foe would thus claim those awakened to the gift?
Foe? You must be mistaken. As you see, I am a warrior of light. And together with my comrades in arms, I shall save the world. Just like you.
Liar! This is a trick! All right. The more Elidibus reveals, the less I understand, but that he has made a fine mess of things is plain. Why? Why go from one cutscene to a tiny little bit of talk, straight to the next? He is gone then. I've managed to persuade a number of our would-be deserters to reconsider, or at least delay their departure, but as many are deaf to my entreaties. Young Thylar and Vonard among them, I am sorry to say, they have quit the guard. Nevertheless, I wish them well. Whatever Elidibus's plans for them might be, the pair have only ever had the best of intentions. One can hardly blame them for thinking themselves heroes elect, not after having been blessed with the Echo, and it's not as if they haven't shown the requisite spirit. I quite agree, though the impetus for their sudden departure may have been words falsely spoken. The men and women in whose footsteps they would follow are heroes in truth. Warriors of light, Ardbert, yourself most of all. And so I would ask a favor of you. Speak with them ere they embark on their journey, and furnish them with what wisdom you can. They've set off for the Amara launch, but you should still be able to catch them if you leave now. Worth the effort, I'd say. If I recall correctly, Admiral Merewib took the time to usher you out into the wider world many moons ago. I think that comparison rather flatters Thaler and Vonard, but the point still stands. They would doubtless be greatly encouraged were the Warrior of Darkness herself to see them off. If thou art willing, I prithee thee go. Thou mayest safely leave the task of unfolding that which did transpire at Anamnesis to us. Well then, let's go talk to Thaler and Vonard. The Amara launch. Thaler! Vonard! Wait! I have words! You again? I mean, it's you, my lady. Sorry, it's been a funny old day. That it has. I would impart with you some knowledge. I don't have any right off the bat, so we're just gonna pretend I'm talking. You can be sure we'll take those words to heart. I still can't believe it. You're coming all this way just to speak to us. I swear we won't let you down. So long as it helps someone, we'll do what needs doing out there, no matter how small. And when larger threats loom, we'll be ready to face them. You see if we aren't. Wonder and danger await you in equal measure, but turn not from either. I'm going to tell them that. We'll be off then. Farewell, Warrior of Darkness, and thank you. I don't think you guys need to do that salute anymore since you're not part of the guard. It actually might be more problematic if you do that salute since you're not part of the guard. Aw. That would be us in Folly all those years ago. Alright, back to the Crystal Exarch, who is once again in the Ocular, so let's go to the Docile Gate. Doo-doo-doo, doo-doo-doo-doo. Thank you for making the effort. I'm certain your words will be a boon to them. While you were away, the others told me of your investigation. We have yet to discuss how to proceed, however. Yep, another cutscene. While your findings in Anamnesis Enida do raise important questions as to the identity of our adversary, we are no closer to discerning his design, nor do I know of any other potential avenue of investigation. For which reason we must needs trust to Y'shtola's ingenuity, and wait for her efforts to revive the Ancient's device to bear fruit. What if I were to attempt to follow the emissary? Elusive as he is, his plan compels him to court public attention. He shouldn't be impossible to find. Especially for one of your experience, it does seem worth the attempt. Then I'll come with you. Safety in numbers. In combat, perhaps, but where stealth is required, the opposite is true. Happily, I don't plan on getting myself caught, so you've no need to worry. Nor do I intend to vanish our moons for moons on end. We still have the empty to attend to, don't we? Alright, then I look forward to your return. Then it sounds like the rest of us should avoid doing anything which might prompt Elidibus to look closely at our movements. Insofar as it's possible, I recommend we limit our activities to the Crystarium. Speaking of which, Exarch, might I ask if you've made any progress with the spirit vessels? Of course. We are presently studying the principles underpinning memory, transference, and I believe nearing the requisite level of understanding. Less hearteningly, practical trials of transfer methods suited for use with the vessel have yet to yield satisfactory results, to put it mildly. But there are still many promising possibilities we have yet to test. Indeed, though it may take some time yet, we are well on our way to a solution. And I shall not rest until one is found. Though we are all grateful for thine unstinting efforts, thou needest not labor to the exclusion of all else. If it would serve to lighten thy burden, however little, I should gladly offer mine assistance. Quite. I, for my part, will do what I can to ensure that the Crystarium continues to run smoothly, in spite of recent disruptions. Then perhaps I could help. There must be something I can do, even if it's just guard duty. Thank you, all of you. I shall breathe easier for your assistance. Of course, on the evidence of the recent past, it will not be long before some new crisis arrives to throw our plans into disarray, at which time your services will be in particular demand. That being the case, perhaps you might take this opportunity to retire to your suite at the Pendants. You mean so I can have a nap? So I can have a cutscene? I don't have an Ardbert to talk to. Who? Who will I talk to? Bum, 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 bum. I actually think this is when grandson gets to stop by. A pleasure as always, Mr. Initari. I am relieved to hear that you were unharmed in the earlier commotion. Well, if I may, you do look somewhat weary. I presume you will be retiring to your suite. Very good. Do let me know if there is anything you require. As I say, there better be a cutscene. This is the one time I want to know who I'm talking to. Oh, are we getting to write in our journal? Well, I'm glad to know I don't sleep with the gunblade on my back. Mistress Initari, it's Glennard, from the Wandering Stairs. I apologize for calling so late. A friend of yours was asking after you. You may remember them from that business with the cardinal virtues. Well met, sinner. Ooh. I was looking forward to a welcome respite here in the Crystarium, but the mood here is not exactly conducive to relaxation, as I'm sure you've noticed. Aye, I'd wager you know more about what's going on than anyone else in this city. Care to share? Can't say that I envy you your prey. Dark work, this twisting of the Warrior of Light's legacy. Reminds me of what became of old Dikaiosine, though this Ascian of yours is a fair bit more chatty. Just a little bit. I'm tempted to silence him myself. Brandon made his mistakes, I'm sure they all did, but the past is the past. They've earned their rest. I'm not about to let him sully Ardbert's good name. I'm not about to let him sully Ardbert's good name. What? You want me to leave it to you? Yes. Right. I'm not the only one carrying all that weight. Very well. But only because you asked. Remember, if you ever need me, just say the word. I'll be there. Oh, look at that moon. Meanwhile, in the Crystal Tower's umbilicus. Okay. What have we here?
Foiled again. If I cannot imbue the infernal thing with my power via magical means, we may need to devise a way to infuse the vessel with my blood after all.
Oh, whoops, wrong mouse. You caught me mid-stretch.
Art thou unwell?
Or perhaps a brief respite. It wouldn't do to overtax yourself.
I'm fine.
You lie.
And given to stubbornness, I'm afraid. Especially when I have a stake in the outcome.
He was walking through the final days. Interesting.
The dream again.
Meanwhile, in the source.
A recurring dream. They do so fascinate me. Might I trouble you for the details?
Oh.
I have always dreamed of it. Fire falling from the heavens, and the city, nay, the whole world ablaze.
Indeed. Could Emmett Selk have found a way? Precious few possess memories of the final days.
The final days?
Why, yes. Admittedly, my knowledge is mostly second-hand, but if you are interested, I will gladly tell you the tale. The tale of the world's end.
God damn it, Fan Daniel. There we go. With that, thank you all so much for watching. I hope you had a good time. We'll be back tomorrow with more, probably, hopefully, getting through at least another post-game patch and a half or so. And then we'll be back on Friday to hopefully finish up Shadowbringers post-game. But if we don't, we'll start on Tuesday next week.